And it's good morning from Portugal on the Challenger Series, the EDP Ericeira Pro. All smiles as we see some very well-placed contenders getting game faces on. We've got some lurking as well down there in the peloton. And looking at a big finish here in Portugal. And then heading over to Brazil as well. The Challenger Series really hotting up. Event 5 of 6 on tour. We're crystallizing some of those qualification scenarios. A lot of big talking points to bring you throughout what we're hoping is a big day of competition. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to bring you those insights. Mundy and Binsey.
Hi, Paul. Great to be here. We're back. We're live. Had a bit of a slow start yet again with the fog, but I can start to feel the energy. I could see the surface starting to get a bit of movement. There's energy around the car park. There's energy in the ocean. So, yeah, I'm starting to get pretty frothing, Paul.
Ben's themes from what we saw yesterday and what we might be expecting today. There's a lot of upsets, I guess, going down. A lot of reputations and people going really well, hoping for results.
Yeah, it's been a pretty disjointed event so far. We've still got a couple more heats to finish off the men's round of 32. I believe after that we're going into the women's. So it's a lot of back and forth. We saw Leo Fioravanti yesterday surf the first heat of the day, last heat of the day. So some people surfed 2 rounds yesterday, some surfed 1. The women didn't surf at all. We're going to keep on going. We've got pretty much 2 days to go, I reckon.
Let's get the
2
official
full days. So yeah,
let's get the official word on that. It's time to go down and say good morning to Joanna Garnell and Travis Logie.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Travis. We haven't been blessed by the fog, but it seems that you've been taking every opportunity you can. What are we looking at for today?
Yeah, it's been a tough one, but every time the head judge tells me he's good, I'm going to start this thing up. We've got to get going. So we're going to finish off men's round of 32 and then go straight into the women's round of 16. And depending on how far we get today, men's round of 16 is on hold 2. So let's hold thumbs and hope the fog doesn't come back in. It probably will come in and out a few times today, and we'll just have to adjust.
And how are we looking for, how's the forecast looking for the rest of the week?
Waves-wise, we're good. There's going to be fun, decent mid-sized waves all until the end, and then even Sunday it picks up a bit with some weather, but we don't care about weather unless it's fog, really. So it's just the visibility we got to deal with, but we'll get around it.
You never know here, right? It's always a surprise.
It's always challenging. You can never take your eyes off it, but the waves are great, and that's the main thing, so we love it. Challenging
Challenger Series. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. It's the official word from Trav. We're on this morning, boys. But normally when you think, you know, the forecast says a couple of meters, you think, great, but that's the visibility.
Yes, exactly. It's yeah, look, you know what? We've got the waves. They tick that off. But this place, as I said, there's always something that throws at you. You got to, mate. That's not supposed to be easy, Paul.
Yeah.
Life in general, in my case. But yeah, there's a bit of wind coming. Yesterday it cleared up. If it follows yesterday's sort of program, the wind sort of came in, the fog lifted, and it pumped all afternoon. So let's pray, or let's hope that that happens again today.
Couple more heats to finish off this round, Binsey. We've got some implications as well in terms of surfers that we're going to see out on the water. So some names going really well. We're at that stage where we can sort of do those sums and basically figure out. We're sending surfers to the CT real soon. Let's cast our mind back to what we saw yesterday as well. And you mentioned a little bit disjointed. And like we saw surfers like Carlos Munoz, for example, getting close to a really good finish from him. Other names like Edgar Gragia, who gave a thorough debrief as well. So they're all happy. They're making it through. You make it from a heat and, you know, you're talking to Binsey and saying how good the surf is. But otherwise, surfers looking for results, unable to find waves. We saw Jacob Wilcox sit forever. It's one of those kind of days.
Yeah, and we saw some surfers. A guy who really impressed me, Ryan Huckabee, came into this event, hadn't won an event, a heat on the Challenges all year. He's through to the man-on-mans for the first time ever. And even just from that, he's probably a stretch to think about qualifying, but it's just going to give him so much confidence to the next event and on to next year. So he's sort of put his name on the map at this event.
How do you think we've had a few surfers up here that have lost out, and they're sort of saying how they deal with getting knocked out Monday. How do they cope with it all? There's so much at stake. They're so close to the dream. We saw how many heats. It's not actually that many heats that you need to make to kind of like completely change your life. It must be pretty hard to deal with that.
Yeah, well, the old saying is that on these tours, you lose far more than you win. So I mean, that's pretty much the basis of your whole career, is getting to, you know, coming to terms with the fact that you're going to lose more heats than you win. Those guys like Jacob Wilcox, he's a good example. Did it last year, had the the real highs of it all, has been through that, and then came here yesterday, massive heat in his career, and literally didn't catch a wave till 3 minutes to go. So, look, I don't know how they do it. It's not easy, but I think it's all about sticking to the process. washing off, you know, trying to stay positive, support your mates, go surfing.
Embracing the journey.
You know, they're living the dream.
Journaling.
Yeah, journaling I think is really important. I think that's, maybe get a band, go journaling, have a coffee, just live your best life.
Looking at finishing off this round with Heat 7. We're underway here, featuring Rafael Teixeira. Intense competitor, isn't he? And then we got the smooth lines of Taro, Kelly Slater, Watanabe. We've also got Gassian Delay and Samuel Pupo. Here is Rafael straight into it. And he'll hit this thing with a bit of vim and vigor. Always a bit of movement involved with him, some kinetic energy. Here's the smooth style of Taro as he'll just release that tail. In terms of Samuel, if he gets out of this round, means he's in the round of 16. He's going back to the championship tour bet.
Yeah, he's so close. There's another guy you're talking about. You know, he's been, you know, he's number 2 on the rankings. Gavia's been incredible, but he's been one of the form surfers. Massive heat sort of average, really consistent. And yeah, he's 30 minutes away from getting, you know, really close to his dream. So hasn't a wave yet. See Taro got the 9-point ride, the wave of the day yesterday, and surfing like that. That didn't give him opportunity, but you can feel he's starting to find his groove. And yeah, real contrast here. The Brazilian give you foot a really heavy set, powerful, but still, despite sort of the lead foot nature of his surfing, he can whip it fast. And Teixeira just getting a pretty solid start given the conditions, and you know, less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Sam Pupo, he has been a former winner here at Ribeira, and he and his brother Miguel have both sort of been on and off, done the mid-year cut dance a couple of times. Both clearly at the level to be on the championship tour, but just proving how brutal that mid-year cut can be.
Yeah, I mean, you've been an ever-present over there at Margaret's at the event. What's the vibe like over there? Yeah,
it is. It might be the worst, the most miserable day of professional surfing for the year, because no one's happy to get through the round of 32 or whatever. There's just tears. You've never seen so many grown men and women crying in the one place. It's got a funeralaic vibe.
You would have been to a Monday family Christmas, mate.
Rafael Teixeira there, getting some good work done, and we can see in terms of the size of the waves, about half the size really is sort of the peak of the swell yesterday, but we are expecting it to pulse again here. Here goes Gassian Delay, also someone going good. He's got one decent result locked in this year, not a lot else. So this could be a great platform if he's able to get out of this round, get to round 16, and then get towards the surfer on surfer heats and really set up for a big finish in Europe for the surfer out of Guadeloupe in the French Caribbean.
Yeah, I think Paul Gatchin's that really good example of surfers, 16th, 17th on the rankings. He'll know that there's so many surfers above him have already been knocked out, and this is a real opportunity. So, you know, for Gatchin, a couple of heats here can change his, you know, his year and potentially set him up for a really big finish in Brazil.
Yeah,
so.
like what Ben's was saying as well, like there's no pressure, you know, in terms of Gassian coming in, you kind of slipstreaming in, you're in the teens, you're well placed, but you're not really expected necessarily, being not inside that top 10 with 2 to go. And he could just afford to be a little bit happier, hopefully. Hopefully we don't see any tears. We enjoyed this sort of surf, and this makes us smile.
Yeah, well, we saw yesterday, Sam, watching his brother surf. He was so nervous. He couldn't, so he was literally looking through his fingers at the waves, and he said it's just way harder watching than it is to be surfing. You'd rather be out there with his fate in his own hands, and already, you know, that was a pretty strong start. This way from Gatchin, this is what he's got. He's got a lot of flair. He can really sort of mix it up, got a good air game, and he's just been probably that 10 rankings below that cut, for 3 or 4 years. It's really right on the bubble, and just hasn't been able to make that next step. Probably an event win is what he really needs to do to finally cement his place, because he's CT ready. He's been so close for so long. I'd really like to see all that hard work pay off.
Yeah,
he's such a good guy.
Someone else struggled with injury, didn't he? That cut his season short. He got a wild card into the CT, and Paniche couldn't actually take it because of injury. Here he goes, though. He's got some speed going here, and he'll flare up and go above the lip unsuccessfully. Slightly broken up sections this morning, and smallish runners at the moment, and about shoulder, maybe head high on the sets. Opportunities for surfers to do multiple turns, so we're not seeing so far those bombs that we had as we closed things out yesterday, but this swell has just been a consistent theme. It just keeps pulsing, and then it will sort of lie down a touch, go a bit smaller, and then it just comes back for more visibility. Was a bit of an issue this morning. Right now is enough for our head judge to see stuff like this from Taro. as he'll go, just kind of prod over a section and then sliding and spinning, reversing that tail out of the turn, picking up the speed. So already plenty of spark to the maneuvers from everybody in this. Just pushing a bit extra. So I think everyone correctly identifying. It's quite hard to actually whack the lip there today. So we're seeing a lot of stuff with blowing out the tail and trying to be a bit more inventive, exciting, progressive, Ben.
Yeah, all those things. Just the only problem is it's all a bit lateral. So, but that is a function of the wave. Ericeira's probably the only one that's obviously with his backhand can maybe get a bit more verticalness into his surfing. You see him there just trying to whip it up high and release those fins. These little runners, you said, they just run fast. So you've got to almost tap the lip rather than boot it. But Taro, he's got that real X factor, hasn't he? Smooth, but then this sort of came just a little bit of point of difference. Really hard to judge that though in terms of where it's going to go. But you can tell he looks relaxed, and just I like the fact that he's just a little bit outside the normal sort of judging criteria almost. He sort of exists in a little island among himself in terms of his style and his surfing, and how that fits in the criteria is probably something we have to watch unfold over the next few years.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you look at this heat so far, we've got 7 minutes off the clock. If you were going out for a surf and you wanted one of those waves under your belt, you'd be picking Taros. You'd be like, I'd be happiest with that one to my name so far, but the judges agree.
23 minutes on the clock, and a reminder, Samuel Pupo makes this heat in advance to the round of 16, and he will qualify for the championship tour. Coming into the second minute here in second, so you're already feeling there's a very strong chance of that happening, but he can make it happen this morning right here at Ribeira Dillas. Already got laps done on the CT. Looked very much at home, particularly his first season on that tour. Last season struggled a little bit. That's why he's back here on the challenges, Chris.
Yeah, so we mentioned Margaret River before. Samuel actually knocked out Miguel this year in the round of 16.
That was sad.
And relegated Miguel to the cut. You've never seen someone give a more upset post-heat interview after winning a heat than Sam Pupo. He was in tears the whole time because he just kicked his brother off the tour. Next round, Sam lost to John, and that saw him get cut. So 2 Pupos back-to-back
Did John
rounds.
cry as well, or was he okay? It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, it's pretty stony face.
I couldn't imagine something better than knocking if it gets my sister. I had to knock her out of the, end her dreams.
Career?
Yeah, that would be one of that. It's never happened, but geez, I'd like it if it did.
Explains a little bit about your Mighty Family Christmas comment earlier, I guess.
Yeah, probably that's why. I'm not a Pupo. But it is brutal, isn't it? But we love, we wanted that jeopardy involved in surfing. We certainly got it, but it makes life difficult for these surfers. And they don't get a whole lot of opportunity, 5 events to make it count. I see Gatien trying to make this one count.
I think you'd make a great Pupo, by the way.
I wish, if only.
Here we go. Here's Samuel trying to get his campaign going in this heat and get that qualification secured nice and early here before he heads over to Brazil. Good looking wave, this one. A lot of energy in it. Good chance we're going to get our high score of the heat so far. Very strong finish as well. He knows that. And he's going to get a number here. And we've sort of been waiting for that moment for a while. There's a certain air of inevitability that he was going to lock into one.
That could be the wave that gets him on the CT, Paul. You've heard it here first. It's early days. It's 20 minutes on the clock, but that's going to be a good number. It's going to put pressure on his opponents. You just can't see him there's no nerves. You just don't see him dropping the ball in this one, Binzi. He looks too composed, too good, too strong.
I wonder if Miguel's watching, if he's nervous, if he can't watch. I imagine there's a big pack
he
down.
just absolutely ripped the bag out of this wave. You're talking about those runners and being able to hit the lip. This one had a better pace. He even shrouded Gatien Delahaye, showered his opponent, which always feels good. That turn was big and a finish. So that was exceptionally well surfed. That's a lot of pressure on that wave, and he's absolutely hammered it.
This is why he's got a mad average heat score, 13.68. So he's way out ahead of everyone on the Challenger Series. He's over 1.5 points ahead of Ian Gouveia, who's already qualified. So not just getting the results, but the performances as well, doing it with style. Looking really good.
Do the maths on that. It's close to 2 7-point rides every heat he surfs, isn't it? So that's the consistency and the level he's at. And there's Miggy. You talk about, is he nervous? I don't think he gets nervous, Miguel Pupo. He's so cool, calm and relaxed, but he knows his brother's just got quite close to making another step. And, in a dream case scenario, we talked about both getting knocked out in Margaret River together. Well, they very, very good chance of both potentially qualifying together here in Portugal, which would be an incredible story.
Yeah, also, we talk about people kind of having that dream or whatever. I feel like at this stage, Samuel, it's probably not the dream as such. He feels within himself, with his he is a CT surfer, right? We've seen how well he's done on that tour already, and this was just a little blip. I think we'll see this as a bit of a bump in the road rather than now like making the step up. I think it kind of maybe look at that the other way around. That's one of the ways this format can work, right? You get cut from tour midway, but you can get back there for the start of the next season.
Yeah, exactly. And you get opportunities on the Challenger Series, and there's plenty of them. You know, there's 6 events. You only count your best four of those. So, like, yeah, if you keep your head on, you keep your game on, you can easily get back. And that, yeah, you're right. His mindset would, as soon as that Margaret River, once the tears were dried and they had to think about the next day, they would have just went right. It's all focus on getting back where they belong.
Well, after Margaret River, they headed over to Australia's East Coast and to Snapper for the first Challenger Series event. He went all the way to the final for a second place finish. What a way to kick off your CS campaign.
Yeah, Snapper is, well, it's going to change next year when it's back on the championship tour, but it's almost been the redeeming characteristic of the mid-year cut, because you're crying over in Margaret River and it's wintry and cold, and then you just, 5-hour plane flight later, you're getting tubed in trunks behind the rock at Snapper, and you're thinking, well, maybe this pro surfing life ain't too bad. But
yeah, and you look at him now, I mean, just talk about the level he's at. He's just so strong, so powerful, just fits that wave really well, and straight back in, there's no better way. Mikey McDonough, although it's interesting, you know, Mikey, I suppose, different stages of his career, he's very young, he won that event, but he hasn't sort of put together a heat really since. Meanwhile, Sammy's just, you know, used that as a pretty good springboard to get back to where he belongs, and now he's, 17 minutes off the clock. We're just waiting on the score to come in. It's going to be a pretty good number. He's inching closer after a really, really great start on the Gold Coast. Here he goes again.
Yeah, Pupo up again here. Doesn't like the look of that wave. He'll just kick out. We're waiting for that number to come through for previous to that. Really good one, we reckon. It's going to be solid. He's going to set up his campaign. 17.5 on the clock. Here's your defending champ, David Silva, watching alongside big brother Miguel. And you can see how much it means just sort of wheeling his younger brother onto this wave in particular. Here he goes up again. So staying super light on his feet and just slicing. One slips under and he wants it. Vert hit there. And then again, really strong finish. A little extra in everything he does, Ben.
Yeah, he's just on point. You can see the boys on the veranda are pretty happy with that. Just really smart competitive surfing after getting that score. Doesn't know what it is, but he knows it's a good one, and he's just backed it up. Got out of the way of his opponents, and it looks like Ericeira, his fellow Brazilian, is going to try and respond.
Yeah, here we go. The Goofy, good first turn from him. So, and again, so finding some energy out here in the lineup. 3 cracks. One more time. There's plenty of whip in those turns. They're a little similar. I suppose there's one thing you could say, but the aggression's good throughout, and he knows it as well. So that wave just offering him a bit more steepness, well, a lot more really on the face. Going into that lip, coming out of the turns of speed. When it is smaller, you will end up right on those dry rocks, particularly at this stage of the tide. And despite a slight bit of sort of dampness in the air, everyone's enjoying themselves this morning.
there's Gadian Della Hay working his way down the line. This wave, now it gives him a little bit to work with. In section, releases the tail. A little bit of the eyeballing of the judges as he kicks out. What is the tide up to this week? Because we did have a few holds earlier on when it was peaking in the middle of the day. It's working with us towards as the week goes on. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the tides are pretty much at peak, I'm pretty sure, yesterday. So the tides are actually increasing up until yesterday. So they're still pretty high, one of the highest of the month. So they'll start, the coefficient will start to go down a little bit. But yeah, just each afternoon, the high tide will get a bit later. So you're looking at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, probably around 4 o'clock tomorrow. So the good news is that, you know, most of these mornings, fog permitting, you know, we've got the good tides. Low tide around the middle of the day is pretty much optimal for this wave. And that's coming our way soon. And Della Hay just making most of these low tide runners there. Kicked out and managed a good wave. But it was this wave here that had the most sort of venom. Paul liked that first turn, and it really set himself up for the next 3 or 4. He's got that real sort of low down stance. He doesn't mind it when these waves get a little bit smaller. Some of his really good performances have come in smaller waves. Ericeira, he's so powerful, but he's so sort of agile. The combination is pretty brutal and pretty effective in these type of ways, and It was Pupo just trying to back up his score.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for that score of Samuel. We're waiting for scores for everyone bar Taro Watanabe. There goes Samuel. You mentioned his X Factor. He's also got the X-Wing spray on his JS, which is it's a pretty hotly debated topic, this spray, because it's appeared on the boards of Taj and Joel Parkinson, Julian Wilson over the years. I know Jack Robinson hit up TB when he put it on his sharp eye. And Taj said, yeah, go for it. And Jack made it a bit bigger, but then Joel caught up with Jack.
Is that what you call a hot debate, though, Binzi?
Yeah. No, that's mine.
Fairly tepid, really.
Goes back to Mungo Barry on the original Neris one.
There are bigger controversies, though, facing our age.
It's an X Factor, though.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it up there with the Middle East, but you know, it's a spray. So it's a rich topic. There's sprays. I don't mind delving into it, Paul.
Well, you know
Adds a
what?
bit of
That
colour
and
to the
loads
spray.
more good talking points when we come back from break. Another
that
good
guy.
heat to finish off the round. It will feature Rodriguez, Husano, Duro, and Hurdy. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to Portugal as we watch Heat 7 of the round of 32 approaching a conclusion. We're getting numbers coming in, but we're setting up a picture for qualification for Samuel Pupo back to the CT, straight back after falling off at the mid-season cut. Just a reminder, he needs to make this heat, get to the round of 16, and he's back on for the Championship Tour in 2025. At the moment, he's leading this one from his countryman Teixeira. Samuel Pupo has a 7.5 locked in, and he's backed that up with a reasonable number as well. 4.63, he'll look to work on that. This is Teixeira, and we talked about the aggression that he serves with them, the spice. That's what we're watching here, Binzi.
Yep, he's looking very lively on his backhand. He's surfing with all sorts of fire and brimstone. He was pumped to get the heat win yesterday. And he's a big lad. Slight drop in conditions. Doesn't seem to be affecting him one little bit, though. And, he's looking for a score to move back into the lead. Here goes Sam Pupo looking to consolidate first place. Fleet-footed Natural is flying down the line. Two big calves really wrenching through those turns. Plenty of torque in the body and plenty of spray. The result, skating on into the end section, doing the little rock dance, and releases the tail, a little bit of drift, and he is out of there. You'd imagine that deletes his 4 from the scoreline and will further extend his lead, but we've got another number to come in for Teixeira.
Just over 10 to go here. Our drone pilot will scoot back over the channel. We'll watch that paddle back off the rocks. Joanna Garnell is out and about. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I was just looking at the replay. What did that look like?
It looked really nice. You know, he's improving on a 4, so I think that will be probably a high 5. I hope so. And just going to put him in a better position towards the end and put more pressure on the other guys.
Well, he was really, really nervous yesterday, but there's a lot in stake today. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, you know. We're all calm, and the group's tied together. Me, David, him, and Alejo, and we're all making heat, so we are happy, and the good vibes are flowing.
What was the vibe yesterday at night, at dinner, today in the morning? How's the energy?
Everyone's pretty tired. You know, we got here at 6:30 in the morning. We left at 7 at night, so we were like kind of tired, but everyone was happy, you know. Even we had a little time to play a little puzzle at the end of the night, so it was really fun.
Such a chilled, relaxed family. Good luck.
Thank you. See ya.
Thanks, Joanna. Yeah, good squad energy from those guys. There's a lot of heat wins between them at Ribeira de las. What a crew. Meanwhile, tell you what, we've got some news on the scoreboard. Excellent number in for Teixeira. 817 for him. The backhand attack paying dividends big time from the panel. He goes to the lead. And he'll put a little pressure back on Pupo. We'll drop second. We're watching a wave of Galicia delay. We just saw that. Let's get a look again now. Can he apply some pressure?
Yeah, he was looking like he was. Really nice sort of start, and decided to go to the air just to get that a bit of extra sort of ride in. Didn't make it, so that's not going to count. He needs a big number. Meanwhile, that's that man, Pupo. Miguel said it's going to be a high five just from those two big carving wraps and a third. So he's looking so strong. Mistake-free, good wave selection, and a finish on the rocks. So just looking pretty composed. Yeah, they're all pretty relaxed down there, and in second spot, which is not ideal, but he's still building on that 7.5 he's got. He's got 8 minutes to go, and I still think he's in a really comfortable position. Those big numbers needing for his opponents. You know, not safe, but you know, still looking relatively comfortable.
Numbers come in for everyone. Tara got a wave as well. Let's see where that puts him. Requirement at the moment for Gastian is a 5.04. His numbers in. He'll come in quite a bit under that. Let's wait till we're all updated. Just a little update on that tidal information. That was just over an hour ago was the low. So we're coming in. We've got about 2.5 meters of tide today. So a fairly big one for this part of the world. Quite a bit of swing on that tide. So that'll all come in and fill over the reef. And we'll wait and see exactly where we are with things like high tide, which can sometimes slow things up here. At the moment, we're expecting this thing to pulse generally. That pushing tide, particularly when it's a big one, that will help the swell get in here. So we should get ever-improving conditions throughout the morning towards lunchtime, which is pretty cool. And we've got pretty high stakes heat as well. This one in the water has a big implication for Samuel Pupo. If he gets through, he's qualified. 7 on the clock. It's our Brazilian pair leading. This is how they did it. Let's check the heat recap. We'll just stick with this wave of Gastian. And a quick in and out for him, not what he was after. So our two Brazilian surfers out there identifying good waves early on throughout this heat and building themselves a platform. But our surfer out of the French Caribbean would love to have something to say about that yet. And here we go. We'll throw out the layback. It'll be another incompletion. He's fallen off a few times here. He's going to have to up that make rate and do something. He's got the 7-1 locked in. Let's check the recap.
Yeah, there was one sort of story when he went into this heat, first heat of the day, and this is that man here, Samuel Pupo, needs to get through this heat to qualify. And I'll tell you what, in terms of starting strong, this was an incredible start. Showed no sign of nerves despite everything on the line. A 7.5 for this wave. So showed his intent and just looked really, really great from the off. But then, just to throw a bit of sort of spanner in the works, this man here, his compatriot, Rafael, just started winding up on his backhand. Really, really powerful, really smooth, well connected. And that just got him up to an 8-point ride, so an 8.17 for this. Pushing Pupo back into second. So already things not quite going to plan, but he loved it. You can tell the fist pump, and then backed it up with a 6. So he's just been really consistent. He's not worried about any others sort of game plan or what's on the line. He's playing his own sort of game. He just wants to get a few more heats and get a good result, move at the rankings himself. He liked that, and that's got him up in the first place. Currently have that situation where Pupo in second, but Gatien De La Haye, Paul, only needs a 6.18. I don't think he needs to go those small waves and start throwing haymakers. He just needs to focus on getting a good wave and surfing to his strengths.
Yeah, it's made a couple of questionable choices, really, just in terms of waves, and you see that a lot here. If you get a wave that doesn't have a lot on the outside, then surfers feel really tempted to just overdo it, really, just to push, which makes it exciting, particularly if they get the landing done, but otherwise, just using sort of scattering your energy and your focus a little bit. He's got time, though, with 5 minutes remaining, so fourth priority. Taro's been a bit quiet. We're waiting for a number to come in. Been waiting for a while, actually, for him. It could be a pretty significant one. If he improves his high score, which he's likely to do, he'll bring down the requirement. All right, it's in, 5-4. Drops for him. He's been very sleepy so far in this heat. In terms of his numbers, he's got 6 waves, none of them that good.
No, after that incredible start and performance yesterday, just out of rhythm this morning. Hasn't been able to get any of those waves that either Samuel or Raphael get. They've stood up and he's been quite, he's shown a little glimpse of his style. There's been no big turns, no big spray, and that's cost him.
Look where he's sitting here. Look, what's this positioning about, Binzi?
Well, he's under priority, so he's just going to roll the dice on something that sneaks inside his opponents and see if he can get to work. With 4 minutes to go, it's kind of getting down to the last roll of the dice time. As we just said, Gatti and Delahaye as well. He's been under priority a lot, hence going for the big Hail Mary manoeuvres, but that's allowed Raphael and Samuel a lot more freedom just to pick off the sets and bank for bigger numbers, and that's why they are sitting in first and second with 3.5 minutes to run.
Taro way up the point there. Traditionally, surfers don't have priority. They tend to sit wider. That's where you see a lot of unridden waves coming with potential scores on. He's gone way up the point. And Miguel Pupo looks pretty nervous at the moment. He's feeling this. 3.5 on the clock. Here we go. So Taro from way up. Someone could just roast him on this if they got priority over him and they like the wave. It'll just be a quick whip out the back for him. Didn't see loads there in terms of the requirement he needs. It would be just a small number. Now everyone headed more towards the peak here. Priority is with the heat leader, Teixeira. He's controlling this one in all sorts of ways. You gotta think he's pretty good with under 3 to go with the lead and the prio. Sam Pupo has got second priority. That's also good news for him, as he can just sort of exert that over Gassian. Let's see how all of that plays out. Very nervous moments here, Ben.
Yeah, we're saying how cool and calm Miguel is, but yeah, not in this situation. It's impossible to not really feel his brother so close. 2.5 minutes. It's down to that, and he knows that Gaston Delahaye needs a 6.18. Not a big number, especially for a surfer of his ability. So there's a reason he's nervous, because Pupo is still well within getting his dreams snuffed out here. He's in a good position, obviously, but yeah, it's definitely still very, very tense. He'll be feeling it.
Final couple of minutes, a little scramble, some energy through here. Reminder, priority is with red. Teixeira doesn't want it. Gassian's allowed to go here. He's got to cover a bit of ground, so maybe he'll just get himself in slightly different part of the wave, down the point a bit, find a bit of elbow room, because that's Samuel Pupo making a beeline for him. Samuel will have priority over him, and he'll just look to try and control that. Gassian just wants to get away, so that way maybe identifying not necessarily loads of points there, not the number that he needs, the 6.18, but
it's funny, they're dragging Raphael down as well, which might be giving Taro a little bit more room to move up the top of the point. So I'm not really sure why Raphael would want to get involved in this. He's in the lead, 90 seconds to go. He should be feeling
He just likes
safe.
getting involved.
Muscle memory. Just literal muscle memory.
Wants to throw some elbows and remind everyone who's big dog in this heat.
Let's see how this one goes. Getting towards 1 minute and 10 on the clock at the moment. Samuel Pupo is going back to the CT. If things remain as they are, guessing delay to upset that. We'll get a 6. I mean, even if he were to lose it, he's probably still going back to the CT, but he can just actually make it official now in the next minute.
There's plenty of opportunities down at both in Brazil, and he's looking good, but what he'd really like to do, just box it off right here. Go to place he loves, and then surf the rest of the event with no pressure, which would be even more dangerous. Out the back, though.
Here's Taro. He's got some speed. He's got a steep wall. There's a big layback hammer. He needs a good number to do damage. Needs a high 7, close to an 8. Needs to go excellent. It was nice surfing. Don't think it was excellent. 30 on the clock. That might be it for him. And so after shining so brightly in the early rounds, a bit of a damp squib from him in this heat. He's not found anything to get particularly excited about. This priority dominance will continue to be exerted by our Brazilian pair.
Just flexing on Gassian right now.
So final 10 seconds here. Gassian will have to just try and go this. He can't even get enough energy to perform a takeoff on that wave, and we'll be wrapped up here. It's time to say well done for Samuel Pupo. Disappointment, a really emotional moment from Margaret River and being dumped off tour at the mid-season cut to replying in a really, really strong fashion on the Gold Coast, getting second over there to Mikey Madonna. That set up the platform. But you know what? We've seen a lot of surfers get a good result early on and then struggle to back it up. That's not the case for Samuel. And he's performed well all year. There's a big smile on his face. Ben Mundy is a CT surfer once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved, well surfed. You know, that's another example of the mental strength of this young Brazilian surfer. Didn't get caught up in the emotion of it all. Just surfed 2 waves exceptionally well. He's had a great Challenger series. He's been consistent. And along with his mate Ian Gavaya, he's now going to be on the 2025 surfing at Pipeline next year at the first event in January. So yeah, really well done to, you know, to do it here, to do it in advance. And now he's going to be just pretty much locked and loaded. He can set about preparing himself for the CT and for staying on the CT, because I think he's got the ability to absolutely stay there and do some damage. Right now, he's going to come in. He's going to get some big hugs off his bro, David Silver, his crew, and it's been a great performance. That man there, though, you don't sleep on him. Raphael, he got a big 8. His backhand looked great. Sort of less heralded surfer, but you can see by the smile that it means a lot to him. So it caused a minor upset. And then Gaston Delahaye, well, we talked about him being down on the ratings, Paul, and this was his chance to potentially just climb up. And then, yet again, he's stuck in the teens. He sort of can't get out of it.
Yeah, another crack over in Saquarema, Brazil, coming up in a couple of weeks' time. But for the moment, it's all about this guy, Samuel Pupo, who is back on the championship tour. And that's the idea of this format, really, with the challengers. If you do fall foul of the cut, you can get the qualification done without missing any more starts to the season. He will be back for Pipeline. How good does that feel? I mean, everyone's very aware of that. You see his brother making it down, getting it on video as well.
Yeah, they got a great scenes. Just, yeah, they've all done it together and they're sharing the joys together. So it's great to see someone working really hard and get their dream.
Sam Pupo's back on tour. We'll keep rolling and finish up the round of 32 here in Portugal. More live action right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. And a little bit of mist and gloom in the air, but some stoked faces around the event site here, particularly from the Brazilian squad. The big news that just went down, Samuel Pupo is going back to the championship tour. We've made it official. There's always a good chance of that coming in second place position, but he's gone through to the round of 16. And what a great story that is. We'll get some thoughts from him soon. Before that, let's bring a very special guest into the booth, joining myself and Chico. Joaquim Chavez, how you doing, mate?
All good, thanks. Thanks for having me here. I'm excited to see this next heat. Some big names coming up.
Some big names coming up. Before we get into that, just tell us a little bit about your event.
It was a pretty sick experience. Last year I had the chance to do it as well, and this year I had no expectations. I mean, I was 2 days before the contest, I was still waiting to see if I was competing or not as an alternate, and I'm very lucky to get in the contest and made a couple fun heats. I mean, I could put a couple good scores on the board, and that was the important thing. That was the goal, the main goal that Dog, my coach, just asked me to do. Just do my surfing and try my best. I mean,
and I guess there's a lot going on around you, obviously, with surfers trying to qualify. Can you feel some of that tension, some of that pressure that the rest of these surfers, are they showing it in the water in your heats?
For sure. I mean, this is one of the last stages of the year, so obviously everyone is kind of hustling between them to qualify and to get the spots they need. So it's always very, you feel the tension in the water for sure. And as I'm a surfer competing here, to do this as an experience and not trying to qualify or something, I'm just enjoying myself in the water. I can really feel that. And it's really cool to see those different feelings going around in the water.
All right, let's enjoy the performances of Joan Duru, Michael Rodriguez, Matthias Hurdy, and Maxime Hussoneau. Those four in the water over the next, well, half an hour heat. We've lost a couple of minutes of it already, actually. Of course, Emrod going real well, number 5 on the rankings. So another big opportunity here. He'll desperately want to stay alive. I tell you what, there's so much talent in the water, though. Let's stick with the French vet, Joan Duru, who is just slicing up this one. The backhand is an absolute weapon for Joan. It's a softer wave, but I think maybe he would have seen some of the stuff that Teixeira was able to do in the last heat on the backhand. Go up into the excellent range. Duru could be very dangerous out here. Matthias Hurdy was incredible yesterday. He got a couple of 8s of his own, and Maxime's been on fire. Chico, what do you like about this stuff from Joan?
Yeah, I like the second turn, really tight in the pocket, gets up there again. Today's a lot smaller than yesterday, so Joan there, just trying to get his rhythm going, and this was max wave. During the break, a bit of a cutback to get really close to the white water, goes around it, gets another cutback, so a slow wave as well, and a nice finish though. I really enjoyed I think Joan's wave is going to be a bit better, and the Emrod up riding live.
Rodriguez loading up. There's the pop and the rotation. Won't get a completion there, though, but expect to see plenty of that. He went for plenty of those sort of maneuvers yesterday. Served him well. If he does make it out of this round, it'll improve his numbers for the season. So it's from the round of 16 where he can actually add to the total that he came into this event with. Michael Rodriguez, with that experience on the CT, would like to get back there. In the meantime, let's go and hear from someone who won that last heat. He went into the excellent range. Rafael Teixeira is with Chris Binns.
Thanks a lot, guys. Rafael, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
A lot of waiting around yesterday. Finally got into the water this morning. Conditions have dropped a little bit. Did you have to make some adjustments?
Yeah, for sure. This morning I surfed like the same board where I rode yesterday. But when the contest go on, I saw the waves like better because in the morning I couldn't see nothing. And I changed my board. I used these ones like a mix of epoxy and carbon from Snap. The board work really good. I find like the right waves, and I can do my best surf.
You're a big lad, but even in the slightly smaller conditions, plenty of energy. Is it easy to get fired up for these heats?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big guy. I need to find like the right wave for try to do my best. But yeah, yesterday I wait a long time for my wave. I just surfed like 3 waves during the heat. But today I try to put more energy in the heat. I get like a lot of waves, and yeah, I have lucky to get like a little double up and make a 8-point ride.
Samuel just qualified for the championship tour in that heat. Did you know this scenario while you're in the water?
No, I don't have no idea. I just have the focus on myself. But yeah, congrats Samuel. Samuel, one of the best surfers in the world for sure. I'm really stoked for him. And yeah, now the focus come back to me, and I just wanna like try to keep relaxed and enjoy these moments. This is so special for me.
That's 2 Brazilians so far qualified for next year's tour. You guys are on fire. Does that just really inspire you as well to try and join them?
Yeah, for sure. I travel with Young Gouveia like in the last 10 years. He's a really good friend of mine for sure. He stay like online and watch my hits. Big hello for him. And yeah, Samuel right now I have Miggy, Michael, Alejo, DVD. all guys in the top of the ranking. And yeah, I'm be like a little bit down, but I wanna make a great results right here and go up for Saquarema.
Well, there's plenty of cloud here. It's not quite a Brazilian storm, but there's definitely some weather around. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much. Queria agradecer a todo mundo no Brasil que está acordado. Essa bateria foi muito importante para mim. Eu tenho muito a agradecer a Deus por ter me mandado as ondas certas, por ter me mantido calmo. Agradeço meus patrocinadores, a toda a minha equipe que está aí. E vamos nessa para mais uma. Obrigado.
Beautifully done. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you, Binzi, and well done, Rafael. Absolutely stoked. Big result here for him, potentially unfolding. A lot more heats yet to come. He's doing around 16. You're already setting up a show. Let's get caught up on replays here. This was Emerald, Chico.
Yeah, nice snap there, really quick in transition. He's really good at these types of waves. He gets it's really easy for him to generate speed. So Emrod, well known to surf any type of waves, but when waves get this small, he just has some extra speed, right, Ricky?
Yeah, Michael is, in my opinion, one of the best surfers in the world in these type of conditions. I mean, he's super light-footed, and I mean, sometimes it's weird to watch his boards and his measures because he uses really tiny boards, and the quantity of speed he can normally generate, it's kind of bizarre how he can do that. But for sure, he has an advantage.
Here goes Mateus.
Yeah, Mateus live, nice snap there. And he's gonna go for the air, and he makes it. So nice air there by Mateus, Paul.
Yeah, flaring up. He waited a little while for that wave, 10 minutes, not much happening for him. But you always knew when he did get a section, he would absolutely try and maximize it. And also someone else, really, where a big result here in Portugal, who dramatically changed the shape of his season before, of course, we head back to Brazil. So at the moment, it is really all about the Brazilians in terms of qualification. Let's get another look here. And we expect this, Joachim, the sort of flair from him. He's just so good in the air.
Yeah, and yesterday they were really giving a lot of points to the airs as the wind was very south. It was pretty easy for these guys to take to the air. And Mateus is one of the best aerialists in the world in his age. So it's pretty easy for him to just get to these junction parts and just throw big airs. So
looking at Maxime here, good looking pocket for him. There's the rail work, so much power. And again, the combo as he goes into the lip, so a bit of variety, two different type of turns right behind him. Mateus having a good paddle, that chin on the stringer, and he was all arms just trying to get there. Unfortunately, nothing really available for him on the wider section of that wave. Did push a little wide and then just closed out, actually. So the last wave for him will be a score. That will be just a throwaway number. We've lost around about 7 minutes or so, something like that from the clock here. Wait for a number to come in for Max. But otherwise, it's sort of quite mid-rangey. We've got a wave to come in for Max. He's already got a 5 in, but a little bit sleepy and sluggish, this one. Not you, Chico. I'm talking about the waves. You're fine.
I had better days, Paul. I had better days. But yeah, just a bit slow overall. But I think once the tide starts to fill in a bit, we're going to see a bit more push. Right, Joaquin?
yeah, I mean, I think there's a phase where when the tide comes up a bit, it starts to grow a little bit and more waves start to come. And then there's that phase where it starts to getting slower and slower, and that's where it gets a bit more difficult to choose your waves, because you won't have many opportunities as when the tide's lower. But it's gonna get better the next few minutes for sure.
In terms of live rankings here, we can confirm Rafael Teixeira has jumped up 12 places, up to 31st. Of course, he's still alive in the event, so he's making a good case for himself with a big performance here in Portugal, as is Maxime, pushing really hard, wets the whole rail, and a big slice of water. And again, make sure he gets the finish. So a couple of scores to come in for Maxime. I think he's identified in this. We talk about his surf smarts and how good he is. It's kind of realizing what's required of him in heats. I think he's realized this one. It's a little bit of a slower one. He just needs to post some numbers. We're going to have another look here, but he looks like he's on, Chico.
Yeah, this first scarf was the best turn he had this heat so far. He backed it up with a couple of hits off the top. Smaller wave though, but I think it can be better than his 5 just because of that first turn. And this was, yeah, the wave, nice gouging carve there, and he gets up there in time and gets a bit more vertical on that one. And yeah, this is the replay of Joan's wave. We haven't seen this one. Nice snap there. Oh, vertical approach. So smooth in transition, Joan, and makes it look really easy without not moving too much the body. He just attacks it, right, Joaquin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very big advantage to be a backsider here. As the wave is very slow, sometimes you need to put as much effort as you can in the lip, and sometimes it's pretty hard for a guy that is surfing on his forehand. But yeah, I always feel like I have a bit of advantage in these kind of soft waves as I'm a goofy footer. And for Joan, he has an incredible backside, and for sure it feels good to be surfing this wave on his backhand.
So here we go with the live rankings as we wrap up the round of 32. Sending surfers in the round of 16, namely Samuel Pupo, who's qualified for the tour. He's on. So Samuel Pupo with 19,185 points. He's going back to the championship tour. Who else from that top 10 will remain in contention? Well, it's all about making it through the rounds here. Essentially going deep into the event. Obviously, you're making finals day, semis, or even a win. You put a very, very good case for yourself. But there's a lot yet to happen. And a lot of lurkers done on the next page, essentially, Chico, 11 to 20. And there's surfers here with big opportunities. We've seen a few of these go out, but a chance to really jump up. A lot of these surfers have lost in this round.
Yeah, the only ones that are in is David and Joel Bog. So they've got a huge opportunity there to gain a couple of spots on the rankings, and looks like this is a good double up that Mateus is eyeing off. Let's see what he can do. Live action now.
Mateus Herding loading up. We know what's coming. He'll just pop that one over and slide it out. Pretty casual and cruisy. Wasn't a real big section. Let's go down to Chris Binns and a freshly qualified Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, cheers, Evo. Mate, you got the bags packed. You're off to the championship tour. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. So what a crazy year. As you said, 6 months ago I was at Margaret's and didn't make the cut again, so didn't expect to be here again, to be honest. It's the 3rd time that I'm qualifying and still early in my career, so just feel like I'm in a good headspace. Whenever I'm always ready for the challenge, and whatever God puts on my way, I'm gonna be ready, and heads up, and straight off snapper, got a good result and was able to back it up pretty quickly, and just so stoked to be living this moment again. It's tricky to fall back to the challenger, but when you get this feeling of that your surfing is capable to be on tour, it's just such a good affirmation for me for next year and for many years ahead, for sure.
Run us through the roller coaster of the mid-year cut, because that day in Margaret River, you knocked your brother off tour, and then John knocked you off the next round. And then you go to Snapper and get a result a week later. It's highs and lows.
It's so crazy, to be honest. It's hard to explain, that Margaret's contest was like such a roller coaster for me. It was probably the saddest feeling I ever had in my life, beating my brother and basically getting him off the tour, and then at that moment felt like I was gonna make the tour and he was not gonna make it. That's why it was so tough for me, and then I had to beat John in the quarters, and I couldn't perform, in John's level. So, but I feel like I only have good things looking back. You just look at guys like John, Felipe, and Gabe, the main goal is to be surfing at their level, and I feel like I have potential for that, and it's just a long road for me, just bettering my surfing. I just spent a whole month in Indonesia with my best friend Joel, which is probably one of the best surfers in the world right now, and just getting all the tips from him and trying to push my surfing as much as I can. And I feel like that's showing in my heats, in my surfing. I feel like I'm surfing great, and shout out to Jason, JS, for supporting me this last year and a half. It's something that I wanted to have with my boards just so much consistency, and we've been working so hard for this, and every time I fell off the cut, he was first guy to message me and being like, hey, we're gonna get back there, I'm with you. No, I'm not going anywhere, we're gonna do this again, and here we are. Hopefully we don't have to do it again. And yeah.
Obviously, you mentioned your brother. Then there's Adriano, Italo, Gabby. You know, that's the sort of vanguard of the Brazilian Storm. But you just mentioned your best friend, João. We've got Mateus in the water now. Is it time for the next generation of the Brazilian Storm to take over?
Oh, for sure. I feel like we already have João representing us pretty well. And hopefully I can get to that level at some point. And Mateus hopefully qualifying this year. We've been growing up together, me, him, and João. We've been pushing each other so much, it's crazy, and I feel like that's showing where surfing is getting us to. And we're gonna be next to each other every time. And my brother, of course, just being the biggest inspiration for me and my family, and everyone that's been participating in this crazy roller coaster of life.
Well, you've won here before in 2019. Now you've qualified for the championship tour here. You must have fantastic memories of Ribeira del House, and I know everyone here loves you as well, so congratulations, mate. Any words, friends and family back home?
Obrigado a todo mundo. Cara, só tenho a agradecer a todo mundo que tem feito parte disso, minha família principalmente, minha namorada, que todos estiveram comigo nos momentos mais difíceis, e meus patrocinadores, claro, a Ripcool, a AW, a Silver Bay, a Ocean Drop, que está recentemente comigo, a JS. E é isso, vamos deixar essa para ser a última vez, e se Deus quiser, daqui para frente vai ser só felicidade.
Congratulations, Sam, Pupo. Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Great interview, that. Really cool to see Samuel Pupo. Back where he belongs. He's got that much talent. He deserves to be on the CT Chico.
Yeah, he's, as I said at the start of this one, he's one of the best in the world. That's it.
One of the best in the world, and he will be back there. We look forward to seeing that. Just over 9.5 minutes to go in this. A little bit of energy coming through. There hasn't been loads of action, actually. We'll update you with scores, but not loads going on. It's Maxime Hussenot leading this one. João Duro in second place. That's the French 1-2. Here goes Max, heat leader from third. Prio finds a wave up the point and skids out the tail through a lip line, and then back on the gas on the accelerator, oncoming section. Clicks the re-entry, and he's pleased with it. Hurdy needs to get going. He's got the 6.5 locked in, but he's still chasing a backup number. Mateus, he was all action above the lip yesterday with a couple of 8s. 6.5 for an air here. Can he fire up and come back alongside Rodriguez? Find out when we come back from break. Welcome back to Ericeira, Portugal. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella. Galicia, we just sent Samuel Pupo back to the CT in 2025. Who among these 4 surfers in the water is going to join him? Well, possibly Michael Rodriguez. He came in ranked 5th on the Challenger Series, well inside the top 10. Tell you what, though, He's struggling at the moment. He's in 4th place in this heat. Not where he wants to be at all. He needs to get going. The requirement's real small for him at the moment, though. 3:47. It's not a big number. Let's see how he goes about doing that. Also, Matthias Hurdy, who showed us so much spark yesterday. He's got 6.5 locked in, so almost the high score in the heat. Very close to Maxime's top number, but he doesn't have a backup score at all. He's sitting on a 1 at the moment. What happened here, Chico?
Yeah, it gets a smaller one, but it looks like it's a double up, so it gets a bit of a snap. Releases the fins again, and he was able to finish it off. I don't think it's going to go really high. It's a 3.23. And this one, Aldo from Max, nice release of the fins there. Gets vertical here, so really tight in the pocket. Gets around it and does a big hit off the top. He has the look at the judges, but best wave of the heat so far, 6.6. Just, I feel like he connected all the dots, and he was really active throughout the whole wave, and he applied pressure on the right moment, right rookie.
Yeah, Maxime is a very energetic surfer, and as he's using always his epoxy boards, it's really an advantage on these kind of days, glassy days and small days. Yeah, this was a sick turn. I've been having the opportunity to compete with him a lot on the QSs, on the European QSs, and he's always that surfer that puts those 2 good scores on the board, always. And that's pretty scary to compete against him. And yeah, he's doing really good on this heat.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. You get some surfers that have got the talent, the natural talent. You get some who are really good at competing. It feels like with Max, he's definitely got both of those things.
Well,
yeah.
What do you think are the ingredients to beat Maximus?
I mean, I've been trying to figure that out the last few years, but I think it's always good to start early, as he did on this heat. I mean, we normally don't have this kind of, it's small today, but this kind of perfect waves on the QS, so you always want to get the ball rolling very early. And yeah, that's kind of what he did. He started very early this heat, and that was an advantage for him, for sure.
Someone that hasn't done that is Emrod, Michael Rodriguez. Where is he? He's in 4th place at the moment. What's happened for him, Chico?
Yeah, he's just lacking a bit of rhythm. We saw a lot of mid-range waves being ridden, and the IS scores are from Max. So Max kind of ran away with that wave selection rhythm, and he got a bit left behind. We know Ribara sometimes has a bit of a curse for someone that is not having the rhythm of the ocean, and I think that's what's happening with Michael.
Let's check out the heat recap with 4 to go in this. Of course, we're bringing in the women's round of 16 real soon. Right now, we're finishing off the men's round of 32. Hurdy, good early work. So far, so good. When he popped this and got a 6.5, we're thinking, all right, we're game on here.
Yeah, really good air. Nice extension there. Was not the highest air ever, but the rotation was really good. And this was max wave, 6.4. 2 big turns, one of the biggest waves we saw this heat. So well done there by Max, and this was the last one, 6.6. Really enjoyed the first one. He releases the fins, regathered himself, punches again the lip, and he was able to finish it off strong, as Joaquin said. Big turn there. I feel like he has some extra, just a few extra points there just for the look at the judges. That was quite intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, these big turns, they've been giving a lot of points to those finishing sections.
Oh, he was loading up. We knew what was coming there, and we're thinking he's going to go huge. He just didn't find the ramp.
Yeah, he didn't find the ramp, and it was a bit of a slopey wave. And whoa, this guy is a 5.24.
Emrod, here he goes. Look at the speed he's got as well. He's loading up. He's identified. He's going to try and boost here. He just gets a quick little jump over a foamy section, really. Not much to get too excited about in terms of the height that he was able to get there. And the waves at the moment, they're lacking a little bit of fizz and a bit of spark. It's about generating it for yourself. That's what Max has done in this heat. Emrod struggling here, 5.24 the requirement.
Well, I don't think it's going to be enough. The wave was really, really flat. The section wasn't really there on this one, and this he just forced a bit the issue on this snap. So the wave wasn't there for him, so he couldn't really do much better than this with turns like this on a really, really bad wave. But For a 5.27, for a 5.24, he just needs a bit more, I think. What do you reckon, Tricky? You think it's enough?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough, but something I think it's a bit strange is that I thought Michael was going to get a bit more up the point and just try to do airs, as he's such a good aerialist, and it's kind of the perfect day to do it, right? And yeah, he's been kind of quiet and not getting the best waves, and that's very strange for Michael. He's always such an energetic surfer.
It's got a bit quiet here, and he's going to have to fire up. Matthias Hurdy alongside him at the moment in second place position. 6.51 to go to first, but that second spot means he is advancing. Duru's the danger man in terms of the score and the priority. The Goofy out of Southwest France needs a 5.24, not a big number. He's got 1 minute though. He hasn't been very interested in much in this heat. He's only paddled for, well, 2 proper waves really. And he's not a long way back in terms of points, in terms of that requirement, but he will need to catch a wave. It's always quite hard to work out exactly what's going on with Joanne, what he's thinking. Right now, he seems pretty cruisy. Chico doesn't look overly perturbed.
Yeah, Joanne is one of those surfers that will sit until the end. He doesn't care if there's 30 seconds. He will sit there. If the wave comes, he's going to do a 7. If not, he's just going to sit there. He's not going to make any mistakes in terms of wave selection. He knows what he got to do to make that score happen. And you see there Luana, the girlfriend of Chumbinho, rooting for Matheus Hardy. They're big friends, and yep, I think he's going to make it.
Well, at the moment, it's looking all right for Matthias Hurdy. He's sort of got half the job done, but it seems like it might be enough. Duro will have to go here. Here we go. Will he get up? He's not even going to pop to his feet on this. So Duro needing a number of a 5.27, and he will just prone that in. So Michael Rodrigues out of competition at this stage, 5th place on the Challenger Series, and an opportunity to get to the round of 16 has gone begging here, and in a tough heat with not a lot of action going on, it will be Maxime Husneau, a pair of 6, and Matthias Hurdy, who is on a bit of a roll here. Sometimes it's about getting 2 8s and wowing everybody and getting big numbers. That was yesterday. Today it's about getting through by hook or by crook, and it'd be a big disappointment. Rodrigues never got going at all in that, and in a heat that didn't offer a load of waves, there's only so much really you can do in terms of hustling up the score here. Unable to do that for the moment. We'll go to a quick commercial break. We'll say thanks to Joachim for coming in. Thanks, mate.
Thank you so much.
And we'll bring Mundy back in for the call as well. We're going to fire up with the women. The round of 16 will feature Sally Fitzgibbons facing Bronte Macaulay. More live action from the challengers in Portugal right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Here for the breakdown, Alessandro, Matthias Hurdy. And they're just having a debrief on what went down that last heat, what went right, what went wrong. And it's been a pretty serious kind of business. Well, of course it's very serious. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth again by Chico Alves. Matthias, I mean, my Portuguese ain't so hot, but it looked pretty deep and meaningful going on there, Chico.
Yeah, this mean a lot to Mateus. Mateus really wants to join João and Samuel to make that kind of like trilogy friendship on tour. And yep, Sally up riding on a good-looking one. Not really, just a really bad way. But I was being a bit positive there and brought Macaulay live.
Yeah, live action from Bronte. West Oz. Not quite in the veteran status yet, but she's been around a long time. Super expensive. There's 4 turns on her back end. One of them strengths, right on the rocks as well. And that board. Just see how that shapes up. Just comes out there. It looks like it's all right. So from Gracetown, one of the great surf towns in Australia. The Corday family, pretty legendary down that part of the world. Her dad, Dave, was a former number 3 in the world and a shaper and an all-around good guy. Sisters and brothers surfs, and she's here. This is in and out from Sally Fitz. So Sally currently leading the rankings, the Challenger Series rankings. Right behind her was Bronte. So a little bit wobbly here, Chico, but she just ate a lot of juice out of this one.
Yeah, that first snap was great. Yeah, the heat off the top. And the last one, was this a make? I felt like...
It's got to be a make. I mean, the only reason what do they wanted to do? Just literally walk on the rocks. But see Sally Fitzgibbons, nice little fighter, and goes down. Girls just struggling to find their feet, despite their experience. Just a little bit out of sorts at this. Sally Fitzgibbons from Giroa, down on New South Wales south coast. Beautiful part of the world. And we've got Chris Binzo right now. We're going to come back to Giroa and Sally Fitzgibbons Pride Lands. But right now we've got Chris Binz down on the beach, I think, with Maxime Housteneau.
Sure do. Thank you very much, Ben. Maxime, congrats on the heat win, mate.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it was very small. With the fog, actually, we waited, and then it was actually the right tide, so I was kind of frothing like we wait the low tide that passed away. So I was like, oh, we're gonna get waves, and then it started to be really fun in the first heat. And then it slowed down in our heat, and it was kind of scary. Like, you know, you're gonna make this just the right decision with the priority and your wave selection. And I feel like I've been surfing really well, maybe my best this year. But I've been like on and off. So I was doing one really good hit in snapper, and then the other one not. Same in Narrabeen. So I get 8s and 7, and the next hit I'm not there. So I'm just trying to make sure I try to get a rhythm in one contest. So hopefully it's this one, and I was just trying to make the right decision.
It's a hard contest to try and get a rhythm because there's the fog, there's the tide, a lot more swell yesterday. You had a great heat with Taro. Run us through that one.
Yeah, that was actually really fun. The high tide is never easy in Ribera, but with that west swell, it was kind of holding really well. And I had a really nice start with a 7.5 and a 5 something, and then it got that 9, and I was like, okay, this is going to be a gnarly hit. I know the 2 other guys, Renato and Marco, was going to go for it as well, and it was stressful, and I did 1 or 2 like froth too much on the waves, and I was keep getting 5 instead of improving my try to get another 7. And then I got that one wave where I did 2 big calves and then wanted to give again and again, and I fell off, and that was going to be an 8. So I try to find the balance now between pushing hard and then flow with the wave as well. So this is the trick part with that wave. It softens so much that you need to unleash on the right timing, and then the rest need to be all fluid. So I try to work on that on my front side, especially it's not my, I would say my strong point. It's more my back end, but I improve a lot, so I feel confident now.
You had a taste of the championship tour last year. We're at the business end of the year now where people are starting to re-qualify. How's Maxime Housteneau's hunger to get back on the championship tour himself?
Yeah, I'm very hungry. I felt a bit frustrating with my year. I feel 5 event goes really fast, and then Hawaii we had no swell, and it was a weird Hawaii where it was all about one wave decision, and I made those rookie mistakes and felt like I didn't really surf the way I should, and then I had some heats in Peniche where I got the big bars and I got an 8, and then Callum needing a 9 and 5 minutes left and he got that 10. So I'm like, you know, those frustrating things, like, okay, hopefully I just can go back and have a proper year with good swell, and I can really show my good surfing, because I really think I can surf well and then try to fight with those guys. So hopefully I can go there and represent France again. That'd be lovely.
Any last words to everyone back in France and La Réunion?
Yeah, hi to everyone at home in Reunion as well as in France. Love all you guys, all the support, and especially to my wife and my little boy.
Congrats, Maxine. Back to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and thanks, Max. Yeah, as he said, first year on tour, bit of a learning curve, although he's really experienced. He's probably spent 10 years trying to get on tour, so probably a good decade on the qualifying series, and then he has, 4 or 5 months and just makes a few mistakes. And that's how tricky it can be when you get on that CT. No matter how experienced you are, it's a whole new ball game, right, Shiko?
It is, and for a guy that smart, Maxime has been around for a long time, and he's that smart competing. To go through that process, it means it's really tricky. This was Bronte's wave. Really nice hit off the top, gets around it, and was able to finish it off. Gets a bit stuck there, but was able to make it over the rocks again. So she's having a bit of a love story with those rocks.
Yeah, and this is a massive heat. I mean, it's a massive heat in general, but for Bronte McCauley especially, she's down in 8th on the rankings. She just needs to get up into 5th to get that all-important CT spot back. Now, Sally Fitzgibbons, she's in the lead. You know, look, if she doesn't get through this heat, there's still a very good chance she's going to qualify. You know, she's got here, she's got Brazil. So there's the rankings there. You see Bronte just down there, hovering in 9th spot, 17,000 ranking points. She needs to get up into that 5th spot. So she really needs a big result here. If she fails to progress in this particular heat, look, it's almost all over for Bronte. She's still got Brazil, but I'll tell you what, it makes life difficult. So it's huge pressure on that young Western Australian shoulders. And she's up against Sally Fitzgibbons, who, you know, with a few more heats here, can actually qualify for the CT. You know, she's been one of the greats of the sport and has fought back. So it's just so much on the line here, Shiko.
Yeah, this is one of those events that we can always feel the tension, and there's a lot of on stake all the time. So for one end, we see people leaving this place really sad, and for another, we see just some emotional moments like we just saw from Mateus, because it's that important for them, you know. It's just like, it means a lot, and they work for this the whole year, and it's not like they prepare for it a day before, you know. They dedicate a life to it, you know. Like, so sometimes it takes years to actually achieve a goal, and we saw guys like William Cardozo qualify after like 12 years making the tour and winning an event. So you gotta have a huge belief to make that happen, and really believe in yourself to just keep going after it and believing in yourself, you know. Like, it's hard.
Yeah. And we've seen some, you know, we saw Samuel Pupo claim the CT spot. We've got Bella Kenworthy coming up later in this round. If she wins the next heat, she is qualified for her first ever CT round. So, yeah, there is so much on the line throughout each and every heat. Alyssa Spencer coming up. She's another one right down the rankings that needs to score. We've also got a bit of fog come in, but you see Sally Fitzgibbons driving around the corner. There's a bit more of a slash. She hasn't been able to find a good wave. This is the best wave so far. There's a trademark swoop. Now she's going to try and finish off, and cracks it on the top. So that's a good finish on the rocks as well. And Sally just finding a groove. Bronte's got a couple of 5s. So up until that wave of Sally, she hadn't had any real waves. No, that's going to feel better. A couple of good turns and finishing off. So, you know, it's just Sally Fitzgibbons. I know we're seeing this surfing so often, Shiko, but, you know, what's the secret?
Yeah, the secret was the potential of the wave. This one helped her a bit more on those first 2 open faces gouge, but she was a bit behind on this one. Bronte looks like she has the rhythm now, but this turn was the good one. Nice. Kind of like snap under the lip on the pocket. Looked really nice. Well, Sally, you know, she's been around here for a while now, and she's just really stylish. You know, like the technique, everything is so good and in tune with the wave that it's really hard to really distinguish when she's having a bad time or not. When she's surfing.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Sally's ever had a bad time.
Yeah.
You know, that's not true. I mean, she talks about how hard she works on a game. I had the pleasure to see, and look, here she's going again. Looks that wave. I sat down with her last year. Actually, did a bit of a book. I wrote a book, and Sally was in it. It was a really fascinating study of her hometown and her community and how she keeps herself motivated. She's constantly assessing where she's at, constantly coming up with mental strategies. The fog, though, as you can see, starting to come out of that valley. We knew this was going to happen today. There is fog, there's humidity about, and every now and again, potentially the fog is going to come in with the wind. So we've got the option of stopping the heat, like freezing it with the scores, coming in and restarting. That's one option. Or we can go on hold in between heats. They're the two options open to us. We're not running out of time, but we've got to run the heats. We've got the swell. So we've got loads of stuff here to get through. Even if we do go on a break, I mean, we've got content coming out of our ears. We've got the Challenger Series. We've got individual buy-ups. Right now, though, the action is still going. Bronte, Macaulay, can't get that one. Bronte not quite being able to get around that corner. Now she goes for the second one. 16 minutes on the clock, approaching the halfway stage. And as we said, a lot to get through here. But yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons just, you know, never stops working. She's a real hard worker. She's obviously incredibly talented, but you know, I just love her work ethic, Chico. Yeah, like you, I like your work ethic, and I like Sally Fitzgibbons' work ethic.
It's the same, exactly.
Yeah, they're really similar.
Really similar
so
approaches.
Many ways, yeah. And here's Sally going to work on the inside and just pulls out. But yeah, you know, like hard work and talent, it's a pretty lethal combination.
Yeah, there's no talent without hard work, unfortunately. We've seen guys coming in with talent, they survive like a year or two and then they go away. So you got to put up the work so you can keep up with the new generation. And this is someone that got a bit injured on the round before, Laura Ropp, you remember? On the backwash.
Yeah.
Is she fine already?
She's all right.
She's walking a bit like...
Another day. She's going to go out the next heat. As we see live action, we might take a little break. There goes Macaulay, the former CT surfer. Two-turn combo, just trying to improve on a couple of fives. Not sure if that will do it. Sally Fitzgibbons' wave came in at 6.4. So Sally getting the better of the exchange after a while. And now it's really sort of tight. She needs a 4.43. I'm not sure if that waves Bronte's will improve her situation. So it's still looking clear enough as we see Sally Fitzgibbons out the back.
Wow.
Nice. Bit bigger wave. And
nice.
There's a little layback on a carve. And this is what she does. She had a bit of a slow start. She doesn't let that get to her. And then she starts hammering down the line. And I think she's going to make Bronte's job that little bit more difficult after that wave.
Best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and I think we may have even potentially missed a turn out the back. We'll get the replay and you can break it down for me, Chico.
Let's do it, Ben. And it looks like the fog is getting in there really quickly, hey?
Yeah.
They're surfing really on the inside, because if it was early in the morning, they couldn't see them on the outside, I think.
Yeah.
And the tide is getting higher really quick as well, so...
Yeah, it looks pretty clear, doesn't it, at the moment? It's still definitely contestable. The waves are good. The judges can see what's going on. The camera angles are great. And this is the wave of Sally.
Yep. Gets around the section. Big snap there. And I like the variety here with the layback jam there. Really torques the board, the whole body. And I don't know, that turn had something, just an extra, right, Ben?
Yeah, two-turn combo and just a bit of flair.
Oh.
She just managed to stick the tail out. Really stylish hack, you know. It's not a very difficult situation or to deal with, but she dealt with it so well. Okay, so she goes back out, sort of right back in the game after those two waves caught within the space of 20 seconds or so. So Fitzgibbons looking good. But while there's a little bit of a lull in the sets, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with the final of this heat right after this break. Welcome back to live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella, Galicia. And we'd like to thank all our sponsors who have put in so much time and effort and really supported this incredible event down here in the surf town that is Ericeira. What a great place to be. And we might have a look what happened in that break. And it was Sally Fitzgibbons yet again, starting to get a roll on, Chico.
Nice wrap there. Gets another one done. Winds up off the bottom. Quick float. And was able to do a big fin release there. So nice wave. She got a 6.5 on the wave previous. So will she improve on this one, Ben?
Yeah, she may do. She's just really, in the last 5 minutes, just really put the afterburners on. And wow, I mean, that's not easy. Look at the rocks where she finishes up. So she's still on the rocks there. Look, oh, she goes, oh, she gets beached. So even the best in the business, you can still get caught in a kook slams-ish moment. But really great surfing, the 7.10. So suddenly, in the blink of an eye, she's just really put box Bronte McCauley in, and she's not done yet. She's still going. This must be sort of really difficult to watch for her opponent as Gibbons just goes into overdrive. She's going to can't get that one, but yeah, like a 7.1, a 6.5, and a 6.4. So really incredible surfing from Sal, and suddenly Bronte McCauley, we talked about how big this heat was for her. Well, she now needs a 7.77 in a single wave, or at least two really solid waves to overtake the veteran Sally as she marches on her CT qualification dream. Might be time for the Monday quick Ericeira quiz. Do you want to take a part in that, Chico?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's a great surf town, isn't it, Ericeira?
It is.
And I'm going to you to tell me your favourite wave in Ericeira, your favourite restaurant in Ericeira, and also your favourite place to stay.
Well, a place to stay, I got to go with UNDC.
Yeah, of course.
Official partner.
Hard to beat. They're great apartments, great views, great spot.
And they are great with us. They always receive us there every year.
Yeah.
It's such a big smile. Great place to be. Restaurant, I'm going to go with Prim.
Prim. P-R-I-M. Yep.
P-R-E-M.
Yep.
It's really good picanha there. Really, Tomas Fernandez actually took me there and it was amazing.
Okay, good, good.
Best wave, Pedra Branca.
Okay, left-hander, unsurprisingly. Yeah, and if you want to paddle out Pedra Branca, just say that Chico Alves sent you out there, and you'll be absolutely fine. Get any wave you want. Just say
exactly,
Chico,
yeah.
and you should be sweet.
I'm going to get fined so bad.
Yeah, so yeah, 3 good options. I like that, yeah.
And you? Just give me your 3 options. Yeah, I think accommodation, we agree. Wave?
Yeah, you and the sea. Yeah, that would be my favourite.
Wave.
Favourite wave? I'm going to have to go. Look, it's a secret spot, but I think I can tell you, Chico. I can't let the cat out of the bag.
Shakira?
Hold that phone as we see Sally Fitzgibbons, the current heat leader, just opting out. That doesn't have priority. Bronte's been really patient this wave, and she looks that one dull. It decides not to go. Now she needs a big, big number. She's probably going to have to be a little bit more patient as well. 7 minutes on the clock. She's really, really close to getting knocked out of this event, which would be a very difficult situation for her in terms of qualification. She'd have to rely on Sakurama to get all the way back into the game. She's being patient. She's been here before. She's a really experienced competitor and really level-headed, but she's under the pump right now. Sally Fitzgibbons has put on a bit of a show here. Difficult conditions, but she's shown her experience, showed a bit of variety, and 7 minutes to go. Looking pretty good. She has had an incredible year, despite not making the cut on the CT. She immediately dusted herself off. One of the best performances went down there to win the US Open in Huntington. And we're going to have a quick look at that win. I mean, you think it still... hold the phone. Yeah, if you think that it doesn't mean that much to her, she's sort of had such a great and long career. But look at this. Look at the smile on her at the end of this. Great performance of Sal in America and California just a few months ago. There's that layback snap we've been seeing, Chico.
Yeah, and she said she was having so much fun surfing that size of waves. She was having a bit of a challenge for herself to just really try to find that inner peace with the conditions, because sometimes you can get caught into that mindset of, oh, the waves aren't great. But she was just having fun surfing those ripples, right-enders, and really get those groveler turns going. So yeah, she was really stuck with that victory.
Yeah, and see how much it meant to her at the end there. The passion was all you know, to see it. It just meant so much to be right back in the winner's circle, to do it in front of a packed house at Huntington Surf City, USA. You know, so just showing, and you know, she's up against, you know, girls that are 15 years younger than her in those smaller waves. You know, the likes of, you know, Bella Kenworthy and some of the brightest servers in the sport. She came out on top, so that was what's pretty much set her up for the rest of the year. Meanwhile, Macaulay trying to fight back. And despite waiting for that wave for a long time, probably about at least 10-15 minutes, and seeing Fitzgibbons rack up a series of good numbers, she's got the wave, and it wasn't a particularly good wave choice. She won't be happy with that. You'd imagine Fitzgibbons now will just come down and get pretty close to a Chico.
Yeah, like she waited a long time, as you said, and that wave had potential, but was a bit bigger than she expected. She was just off the right peak kind of thing, just because they're surfing like small waves, and suddenly there's a big set that comes in. She's just mistimed the paddling on that one, and couldn't really find the open face. But that wave looked good, looked like one of those ones that you really want to catch needing a 777, just because of the size. And we know Bronte, if she does a big turn or two, she can do that with ease. And that wave was a bit of a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, you're right. It was a good wave, a big wave, and you know, I think you're being fairly generous. I think it was a pretty big mistake as well. But here's heat recap. Started off well, but then Fitzgibbons fought back.
Yeah, she started off with all rhythm. We thought Bronte was on her way to really put Sally up against the ropes, but Sally, not bothered, just start plugging away scores, start catching waves, and she's surfing really tight in the pocket, looking really freed up. You can tell Sally has no pressure at all, and she caught like 10 waves at least. Sorry, I was counting, and at least four of them it was I6s. So well selected waves, 3 of them at least. So she's in tune with the waves.
Yeah, she's done well. She had a bit of a slow start, and then, as I said, fought back, and now you can see she's staying pretty close to her opponent. 3 minutes on the clock. These two good mates have served so many heats together over the years. But when you're this close to your dreams, Sally's not going to give her opponent apps anything, you know, not an inch. She's getting right up in her grill. And then, I mean, in ideal world for Fitzgibbons, no sets will come through. She can see it out. There she goes. She's keeping her, shadowing up. And Sally will have to make a decision whether to go this way. If she's not, she's going to keep her in under her sights, like a lion stalking its prey. There's a bit more sun just starting to peek through. There's still a bit of fog around, but that sun is a good sign. If you get a bit more of that, it starts to burn off that moisture, and you'll have some clear skies and some bit more visibility. There's a drone shot, as we see Fitzgibbons sitting right on top of Macaulay. She's really, really close to getting through this and to the quarterfinals. Another great result. She's been so consistent throughout the whole year, has Sal. You know, she's pretty much made the semi-finals in, well, 3 of the events she surfed, and the quarterfinal the other. So she's never not once got through this particular round. Pretty incredible to think. See Yolanda Hopkins, the Portuguese hope. She's coming up pretty soon. She's down there in 10th. So, I mean, that's the thing about these results for Bronte. Obviously, it could be potentially a heartbreak, but for the surfers below her, it's an opportunity.
It is, and I tell you what, with 2 events to go, I think it's an amazing opportunity to just click in and make it happen. You know, like Brazil is just around the corner as well. So if you want to make it, it's now. Just don't let that postpone that too much, because there's only 2 events left.
Yeah, there's not much time, and there's not much time left in this heat. 1 minute 20 Fog is there. Surfer's out the back. That's a bigger wave, and looks like Bronte had a quick look at it, but just opted out. Didn't get that. Sally has priority, so she's happy just to maintain her spot there and wait for the right wave. I mean, Macaulay just edging around, trying to get out of her way, trying to fade left, fade right, trying to get her off a case, but there's just no way in the world Sally Fitzgibbon is going to let her opponent get away. I mean, she's not probably entirely, you know, happy doing this strategy, but she knows what she does to win. She's a smiling assassin. She's never in any way going to compromise her heat in any way, shape or form. She's sticking pretty close to her, and it can't be a good position for Bronte. You feel for her, one of the world's best surfers, one of the icons of the sport, just hunting you down as you're trying to get a 7.77 and keep your CT dreams alive. Looks like with 20 seconds on the clock, she's going to have to rely on a big result in Saquarema in Brazil on the final stop in the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, Fitzgibbon's potentially just moving one heat away from CT qualification, which would be incredible. Now you say they shake hands. All hostilities are over. Bronte is like forever got a smile on her face. A really great ambassador for the sport. There's Sally's dad. He's just a right little golf clap, you know, almost job done. So Sally and Bronte having a debrief there. Sally was too good in the end. Chico just composed and then just added a bit of flair when she needed it.
Yeah, as you said, she caught the right ones, a bit of flair, surfing really solid and not making mistakes. So just really art to beat overall.
Yeah, great surfing. So Sally marches on. Bronte dusts herself off. We're going into the next heat straight away. We've got Alyssa Spencer and Laura up. Before that kicks off, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to a smiling Sally Fitzgibbon. She is absolutely stoked. It's a hug from the fan club. She's got the jersey on, got that number 89. And Sal just marching on, grinding her way through that one somewhat, but that's what you got to do. Speaking of big smiles, well, we've got Paulie Evans also come joining me in the booth. Paul,
do you remember 89, Ben? It was second summer of love in the UK. Don't know what it's like in Australia. 1989?
1989. Yeah, I mean, I've got good memories of 1989.
Good.
It wasn't the second summer of love in Australia. Man, most summers are, you know, full of love down that way. But yeah, it's not a good year. Good year. And I tell you what, in terms of good years, Sally Fitzgibbon. I mean, she would say that the CT cut off, okay, bad. That from then on, she's just been absolutely on a tear. So yeah, really, really great surfing, and it just keeps continuing. Alyssa Spencer and Laura Rupp up in the next heat.
Yeah, I really like this matchup, actually. I like the contrast in styles. Two surfers, really different ways of doing it. And that's like one of the cool things about the sport, isn't it? It's like there's not really a formula of what to do. There's so many different ways of surfing a wave, you know, performing wave art, essentially. Alyssa Spencer, defending champ here, the backhand. Super critical turns. Late into the turn particularly, she fires up, doesn't she? Laura Rapp, meanwhile, just with the power and the aggression as well, sort of throughout. So it'd be really interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, exactly. And Alyssa Spencer, she's put in, I mean, obviously last year winning the event, incredible run of performances, but a couple of years before that, when she was a bit less known, she's always had such a real great relationship with this wave, Paul.
It's been one of the stories since the Challenger came around, with just the 5 spots for the women. Obviously, surfers sort of inside that top 10, but not getting in the top 5, and she was there for a little while. She was really sort of agonizingly close to it. And you just think how that kind of plays out with you, the effects that's going to have on you kind of overall, like mentally, how you view the sport, your relationship towards your preparation and getting ready. It can go a couple of ways. Really positive reaction from her. I mean, she responded in the best possible way. She worked on her surfing like even harder, and the results are there for everyone to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently sitting down there in 9th on the ratings. Already she'll know that Bronte McCauley, who was just 1 spot above her, she's out of the event. And we see Alyssa, the defending champion, going here, the goofy foot up, and that one just kicks out. So she knows Erin Brooks sitting in 4th, she's gone. So just those little spots above, there's little cracks, little slithers of opportunity. And now it's about trying to capitalise. Laura Rapp, she's sort of a long way down the rankings. For her, because she's so far down, like any points above this is going to be huge. She can rocket up there, and even if she can't get into the sort of CT qualification scenarios this year, she'll set herself up for a crack at it in 2025.
Well, she'll have an event at home in Brazil as well after this. So, you know, imagine a really big result here, and then all of that momentum, bringing it home to your nation with all the support of the crowd. We know all about how important they can be. And it's almost become that sort of event, Sakrima, where if you're not from Brazil, you don't want to be going there looking for a result, because you know the crowd's going to be with the Brazilian surfers.
Yeah, speaking of Brazilian surfers, here's one right now. Had a little bit of injury concern, but doesn't look it's showing right now. First turn is a swoop in the pocket. Another one similar. Hoping for a bit more variety on this one, and then finishes off with a nice little tag. So that'll feel good. Just get rid of the nerves, get a score on the board. Hometown Pico de Cruz in Florianopolis, down the southern reaches of Brazil. So she'll travel up to Saquarema, a bit north. But as you say, if you're in your own country, the fans are always backing you. And all about this 3rd turn for you, Paul?
Yeah, the point of difference really on the forehand is that you can do that turn that she did on the closer. So she kind of taps the tail into the lip, sets up, and you just see that release on the back foot. So very different sort of thing compared to what a goofy can do. We mentioned that they can go vert, but they don't really have access to this kind of maneuver. You see, she's just setting up really down towards this inside, but it's technical surfing. You can give a little bit extra. You can kind of make a late decision in your turn to just squeeze it. In really good control, and it looks polished as well, and just dynamic, particularly that finish, particularly on a smaller day. You're much closer into the beach there, and really cool to finish off strong.
Yeah, she's finishing off strong, as is Sally Fitzgibbon. I think she's down on the beach with an interview.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Sally, you've been getting to know a lot of new talent here in the Challenger Series, but one of the competitors you know for a lot of years. How hard was that heat?
It's so hard. Like, once I saw Bronny get the 2nd place the other day, I was like, we're destined to meet again. And and such a great friend, and she's such an amazing surfer, and you know, surfing's definitely tour worthy, and if we meet each other in those round 3s, you're kind of limiting that person's chance to like build their points, and yeah, so it's just tough. Like, you just feel that kind of neutral feeling, like you're so pleased to like dig yourself out of a hole. Like that heat for me definitely wasn't pretty. There's so many errors, mistakes, but I kind of practice that a lot when you're having those heats and it's not working out. How do you flip the script? And I really trust in my surfing at the moment, and know I want to keep attacking even, you know, when I'm behind or in those pressure moments. So that was really pleasing for my own surfing, but yeah, it was just so tough to knock out Bronny.
Well, as you were saying, I mean, you're very close to re-qualifying, and this has happened a lot of times before in the CT, and it could happen again.
Oh, the matchups to meet someone like continuously, it's I don't know, it's just a shift into more a mental game. Like, there's a lot of emotion behind that, and I've got many matchups on tour where it's like, you know, we've surfed against each other 15 times, and so you start to think about those a lot. And I think for me the blessing is like when I create the opportunity to go back back and I get to see it again, like I get to meet that person again. Yeah, that's so brilliant. Yeah, you think about it. You think about it all day, all night until you paddle out, and there's bound to be some nerves and some emotions, some mistakes, and if you can overcome that, then you can keep moving forward.
Have you ever surfed in this much fog?
No, well, we get a little fog at home, but not like this. So another element kind of makes it pretty moody. It's cool though. It's a bit of a treasure hunt. You don't know what you're going to find in the fog, and yeah, just trying to find those like little moments out there. It's not connecting all the way. So if you can find a little piece and really attack, then I think that's where the points are.
Great stuff, Sally. Can't wait to see what you do next.
Thanks, guys. Big hi back home. Love you all.
Okay, thanks, Sal. Thanks, Joanna. Saying she's being pretty neutral. It wasn't being neutral when she was sitting on her opponent for the last 2 minutes.
I thought she made a really good point there, just in terms of like this is where you kind of can turn it into a result in this round. It's a really crucial round in a lot of ways. This one's super significant. We've mentioned loads of times, just 5 spots available for the women. So like round of 16, this is where you kind of almost like you start your campaign for an event, so to speak, on the Challenger Series for the women. It's really interesting to see the pressure being applied by this woman. Rapp here hits that hard. We talked about the power and the aggression that she's got. It is a point of difference, and I think what's really playing out here, Ben, we're seeing the difference between the forehand and the backhand. When it's small and a bit softer at Ribeira, being on the forehand and be able to apply pressure like this to tag the lip hard, you think Alyssa Spencer, what are some of her advantages? When it's big and a bit woolly and maybe pushing wide and soft on the backhand, she can get vert on the white water. But right now, as this tide fills in up the reef, and we've got little cupped out sections going forehand facing the wall, big advantage for Laura so far.
Well, let's see if Spencer can find that vertical nature. And there you go. Well, that's that first turn you were talking about, Paul. She did manage to get one in that one, then a little cut back, trying to fight back in. Laura's got some big numbers. Spencer just trying to get herself back into the heat. There's another one. She's not done yet, so this is a bit more of a Spencer we know. So 7.67 was Laura's first wave, and backed up with 5.33. She needed that, Paul. She was 20 minutes gone in the heat, or to go in the heat. First 10 minutes, hasn't got a score on the board, and this felt good.
Yeah, first turn would have felt good, but that was kind of it. The wave then just didn't have much more energy for it at all, and that'll be frustrating. You get the little double up bowl here, and she manages to just snap this. So it's nice surfing. That one turn was pretty decent, but she would have loved that wave just to kind of continue with the energy that she managed to get out the back. That's how she won the event last year. Basically picked good waves, found the good sections in the waves, and she was relentless. She didn't fall off, didn't make many mistakes. She looked super composed out in the water throughout. So that's how Alyssa went all the way. Got a big statement win, but she's got her work cut out here. Her opponent's already built up good numbers in this. She's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and a start at least. We saw that turn, and then meanwhile, okay, the Brazilian trying to get around the section, can't quite get it. Holding a nice lead at this stage, plenty of time to go. Way down the rankings, so should be a bit nervous, bit less experienced. But it's one thing that Spencer can sort of rely on. She won here last year. She was in situations like this before. I remember a few times she was up against it and she sort of turned it on. So how sort of crucial is it, Paul, just to have that ability to know that you've been in this situation and you've won and you've overcome it?
Yeah, I think surfing is particularly one of those sports where those memories, those good feelings, those sort of connections with the places. A lot of it's quite hard to really define exactly what some of these words mean. I think a lot of it is just a feeling, and particularly for Alyssa Spencer to get the win here. I mean, that is such a significant moment in your career. She would have won comps at home, you know, particularly in her younger days, junior events, but been on the other side of the world and foreign shores, a foreign crowd on the Challenger Series right at the end of the season as well when it matters most. That was absolutely huge for her.
Yeah, now you've got some connection with this place. You want to take the Monday Ericeira Challenge, Paul?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 scenarios. I'm going to give you 3 answers for the 3 different scenarios. Thing to do in Ericeira. Your first scenario, you got your boys down. You got your 3 kids. You're a father of 3 young lads. What are you doing with them for a day in Ericeira?
Rock pooling.
Rock pooling. Okay, very good. Good fun. Educational and fun. Classic Evans.
Science is fun.
Okay, you've got your lovely wife down here. The kids have been looked after. Uncle Mundy's looking after the kids. You got a day off with the wife. What are you doing, mate? What's going on?
Taking her to dinner at You and the Sea.
Oh, classic Evans. Right, bit of a treat.
I mean, we're staying there anyway because that's the only place I would stay in town. It's the best. But yeah, a nice dinner there, delicious.
Okay, and the last scenario, it's me and you. You got rid of the wife. You got rid of the kids. It's just me and you hanging out for a bit of a day, a bit of Mundy Evans time. What are you doing?
Going for dinner at You and the Sea.
Yeah. with me again. Okay, cool. Oh, you treat me as well. Okay, very good. Good times. As we see, the Brazilian currently out in front. Got a 6.7 to 5.3 first turn. Nice little click off the top. Loving her rhythm, and there's a lot of spray. And she's just got the nice pace in the wave. Nice clean face as well on this one. And then another one. So, Rap is just finding some rhythm. Not quite the board speed and that explosive finish that she got on the 7.67, but plenty of spray.
Yeah, not super convincing, was it? So surfing, when you commit really physically to your turns early, it can go a couple of ways. You can look a bit stiff, particularly if the wave goes soft. A little bit of a touch of that through to the inside as well. A little grimace and a look in. Alyssa Spencer, she's got to work out to a certain extent here, but you see that number in. The significant part of that is it's just slightly better than the backup number of Raup. So that provides her with an opportunity in terms of the high score that she needs. That will be a little bit under the high score of Laura. So, you know, she's well capable of a 7. She's got the time to do it as well. But I feel like a lot of these heats, a lot of it is really to do with momentum. See this one? It's nice surfing. Just a little bit soft on the face. So there's not as much of that stuff in the lip. That was a nice little carve and snap. And again, just carving up the face. But compared to her first wave, where she did get that good 7, the 7.67, she really had a legit bit of lip to aim at. She was able to tag it pretty hard. And on that one, just carving it up. It's nice. We'll see where it goes numbers-wise.
Yeah, interesting whether that will make Alyssa's job a little bit more difficult. That 5.93, pretty much on the back of that first turn, really. So Spencer, important score. And you talked about, Paul, a good point about this heat. Well, being almost like a pivotal point, isn't it, in the event? Like, if you get knocked out before this, okay, it's just a bad result. End of. Not much you can do about it. But if you get to this and you get it through it, well, you're on the way to a good result. So it's real black and white almost.
Well, it's the F word, isn't it? Finals day, you know, you're real close to it. You don't want to be thinking about it at this stage, but you've already gone to surfer on surfer heats. And after this, it will be quarterfinals. And any time these surfers at this level are kind of sniffing around that finals day, well, you have to really be thinking about going all the way for the win. You can't get to the Challenge Series without being pretty confident in yourself. Obviously, surfers will be backing themselves for a win, but at the start of an event, you know, you're a long way from that. You get here and you get out of this round, and you really are starting to build up a very significant platform for a massive result over in Europe, and particularly, I would say, at a wave like this. I mean, they've all got their challenges, different spots around the world, but there's so many sort of different factors here. I mean, so many things that can go wrong is one way of describing it, but I think getting a result here might even feel, if you do that you just got some good juju going with the universe, because it's hard to win here in Ericeira.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's so much to deal with, and if you can sort of come up against loads of different scenarios and sort of navigate your way through a few different obstacles, well, as in anything in life, if you worked harder to get it, you know, the more happy you are. Here goes Alyssa now, paddling this one using a priority, and she's up on a backhand. Just waiting, driving down the line, a little bit of speed, but that wave is not going to help. You can see the body language, a bit of frustration. Poor choice there of priority. So she's going to have to wash that one off. And sometimes, Paul, you can feel that as soon as you're doing those long paddles to get into a wave, it's usually a bit of a bad sign in most cases.
Yeah, there's a little indication there that wave was backing off, wasn't it? She'd committed to the paddle. You never know exactly what's going to happen, but you just get a little bit of an inkling. I mean, it's quite easy with the benefit of hindsight as well from here. It's very hard to really be able to tell exactly which waves you want to go, and that's all part of the riddle of figuring out this place.
Yeah, riddle me this, and right now she's going to have to go there and wait now and see what her opponent chooses to do. She's just got herself a little bit more of a difficult situation. Should change pretty quick. But while those two are just working out their strategy, while Jay Buttle-Thompson goes through his plans, we're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this. Back to live action here. We are getting down the nitty-gritty of this heat. Round 16. The winner will be able to get through to the all-important quarterfinals. Alyssa Spencer down there on 9th on the rankings. She's under the pump here. Got a 5.93. Now she needs an 8-point ride. That is a big number, Paul Evans. Even for a surfer of her calibre, 11 minutes on the clock and a relatively slow heat, she is going to have to pull off something pretty special.
Yeah, interesting to see the improvement from Laura Rapp there, just carving away to that score. It's not forcing the issue. We talked about at the very start of the heat, different approaches from these two, and so far everything Laura Rapp has done has just gone her way. Her choices have been good, which she just happened to be on the peak when that wave came through at the start of the heat. She turned that into a high 7, going towards the excellent range, and even since then in the rotation she's had the better wave. She's got priority here and she will use it.
Yeah, so again, just smart competitive surfing from Laura, trying to even just getting her opponent off and a nice finish. She's been really confident and aggressive on those end turns, and it's paying off.
Yeah, it's that similar manoeuvre again. It's just that one to finish off with, but again, just showing that point of difference, sort of stuff she can do in these kind of conditions. Sometimes you talk about momentum and energy in the heat. All seems to be with her at the moment, Ben. So use the priority here. It was a whitewater entry in, and then you can see a little bit sluggish, and she just gets this little runner here. And even this just one turn, it's really dynamic. The extra release from the tail. Sometimes, you know, we talk about how sort of big turns are, how sort of quick they are. You see, she doesn't hurry down from that turn. Pushing the back foot, she's up there for a while. It gives it a bit of amplitude just to watch the drift as well, and the control. So her board's basically going sideways, her fins are completely disengaged, and be able to sort of control that skid and then stand back up. Very dynamic, controlled surf into one turn. I really liked it.
Yeah, very good. Okay, you want to take more Ericeira challenge? You up for another quiz?
Always.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 items. You're going to decide what you're going to do with them and how you're going to do it in a day in Ericeira. I'm going to give you a nice cold esky. It's just got the ice in it, but it's chilled, it's ready to go. I'm going to give you a Hertz rental car. Full of juice, full of tank.
I see what you're doing.
And I'm going to give you 1 surfer from the Challenger Series. You can pick that surfer, and the world is your oyster. You're in Ericeira. What are you going to do, Paul?
Okay, first things first, going to load up the esky with Estrella Galicia Zero.
Nice. So you can drive.
It's delicious. I can drive. It's also a sports drink as well, full of electrolytes. It's just really refreshing.
Yeah, good.
I'm going to put that in the Hertz with some boards.
Yeah.
And my favourite surfer from the Challenger Series.
Who's that?
Yolanda Hopkins.
Hopkins. Where are you going?
Probably out here, actually, out Ribeira. Because she'll want to practice.
Yeah.
And so do I.
Yeah. Good. That's it. I mean, that is a good day.
Do you know what? We're going to see her soon as well.
Yeah, she's coming up next.
She's got Ellie Harrison in that next seat. We saw Ellie preparing with bots.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you what, Hopkins always thinking about her situation. She's in 10th. And as it stands right now, Alyssa Spencer potentially, unless she comes up with something pretty amazing, is in danger of going out. She's in 9th. Bronte McCauley was in 8th. She's gone. Hopkins will be eyeing off that leaderboard.
Does the surfer bring their coach or not? Are they allowed to come?
Yeah.
Do they have to?
It's absolutely mandatory. What, John's not coming? Are you kidding me? Johnny, be there, mate.
Of course he's there. Yeah.
He's in the back. He needs some coaching, mate. If anyone needs some coaching, it's you.
He'll drive.
Yeah.
I'll just sit in the back.
Yeah, why not? You see, they are really impressive, though, from this young Brazilian.
Yeah,
improved the score again with a 6.6. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Not a mistake from start to finish. He's just really put the pressure on her more experienced opponent.
Oh, question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
When we watched Alyssa Spencer take to the CT alongside Sawyer Lindblad, the 2 goofies, how did you think they were going to fare? Were you surprised to see Sawyer make it and not Alyssa? It was pretty tight between them.
Yeah, really close, both in terms of their temperament and their ability. Both goofy footers from California. You know, I was pretty confident. I've seen Alyssa do some crazy things, especially in big waves out here, so I knew she's got that in the locker. I thought they could have shaked it up a bit. But yeah, it was Sawyer in the end. She got the Rookie of the Year, didn't she? The CT Rookie of the Year. So incredible performance from her. You know what? It's just that first year on tour.
So
it's
tight in the
so
margins.
tight. There's only, you know, it's the top 10. Only get through. You know, they're so cutthroat. So yeah, look, Spencer is a talent. She's going to come back. You know, I thought she could have made it. I think she has the potential. It was just one of those ones.
What about the step up between the challenger on the women's side in particular? Is that more of a golf, would you say, than on the men's side, Ben?
Hold that thought as we see the Brazilian. Nice little carving cut back. You know what? In some ways, yeah, it's probably about the same. But the point being, on the women's side, you can't afford mistakes. I think there's less margin for error. It's a condensed field. You know, you only got those 5 events, so I think your errors are punished probably a bit more severely. And when you're a rookie, you're going to make those errors. It's part of nature of learning. So it's pretty tough. And the strength of the field as well. You know, there's probably a few gaps, a few like the Carissas and the more Chris and Moore stepped out, for the year off. But then guess who filled in the breach? Katie Simmons, Molly Picklin, you know, just absolutely on fire. Once in generation surface. So any of these women's surfers that get on the CT, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Right now, that Alyssa Spencer now needing an 8.34 every time she sort of sits there. That's the scoreboard just keeps ticking up. It's going in the wrong direction for her. And with the exception of pretty much one wave and one turn, she hasn't really been able to get herself into the heat. We're going to go through the heat recap and let Paul Evans just talk through the young Brazilian's approach and just how well she's sort of had a lock on this heat from the very start. Hold that thought. Can she get this one here? She's not waiting around. She's not going to see if she can improve on the 6.6. Not sure if this wave is going to do it. So she kicks off, goes back out, starting to stay busy without priority, not get involved in any close matchups with Spencer. Now 4.5 minutes on the clock. What do you think, Paul? Is she going to try and get an 8.834 with one wave, or is she going to try and get 2 sort of relatively high scoring waves?
It's going to soon get down to the point where it will be one wave. Right now, she still has got time for 2, but like a lot of that's not really just about the sort of number of seconds left, is it? It's about the sort of periodicity of the swell and just the rhythm of what's coming through. And rhythm in this heat, she's not really had it at all, has she? From the beginning, pretty much. Doesn't need to panic yet. And she does still have time with 4 minutes, but right now it's not looking great for the American. Meanwhile, the Brazilian from the get-go, straight into it, and it was this wave that really set her up. And obviously you get a strong score, you get points on the board, but you're also just getting in flow. And that end turn, how she was able to extend out of it. And then the comeback wave was just the one section really for Melissa, wasn't it? To sort of reply and respond to a situation where her opponent had already put 2 scores up. And then she's just kind of searching around for a section in here. It was a reasonably well surfed wave. She got a 5.93, so you're thinking, yeah, this is so far so good, but she hasn't really had anything else since then. And the surfer that opened so strong was actually able to improve and just add a bit more pressure. So just up in the ante, taking opportunities. It doesn't matter whether there's multiple hits, but that's really controlled surfing. And you come down all the way to that end section, you'd understand if she played it safe. I love the fact that she took risks.
Yeah, absolutely. She's thrown the dice again. That very first wave, 7.67, kind of set her up. That first turn was massive, and she's never looked back. Put pressure on Spencer, and then backed it up well. So well constructed, well surfed heat at this stage, and she's looking in a really, really strong position. And you know, just sitting on 6,000 points, Challenger Series ranking points at the moment. So she's going to start getting some big, big numbers, climbing up that leaderboard. And more importantly, I think just for confidence and where she sees herself, beating the likes of CT surfers, it's got to help you so much, just knowing that you belong at this level.
Well, it's been a massive anomaly really on the women's side, hasn't it? They just haven't had the same representation as the men. That story over the last decade in professional surf, and that's really changed over the last couple of seasons, and we are seeing that generation. It was only ever going to be a matter of time, and we kind of knew that was going to happen. And now we're seeing more and more talent from that region. They are pushing each other, absolutely. And Laura Rapp definitely wants to be part of that story, because having a Challenger Series event over there in Brazil to finish off the season as well. It's equal points, obviously, throughout all the events, but that last one just feels more significant, doesn't it? And what a boost that is for the likes of her. She's looking pretty good in this one, Laura.
Yeah, now with 2 minutes on the clock, so you did reach that stage we talked about where Spencer's going to have to get just one wave and try and get into the, well, super excellent range. And, you know, it's possible, but you can see the coach there. He's looking worried. He's concerned, Mike. Just Matty Myers, he's just going, wow, she hasn't had the opportunity. She's got one more throw. This is one of the bigger waves we've seen, but she's not in position for it. So going to let that one go. She's really now just got to get a decent set and go for it. And she just watches that go down the line. Really disappointing sort of heat for Alyssa. There's so much on the line. Defending champion. So she's done so well here. She would have come in here with so much confidence and so much belief. Now it's just sort of eking away.
Look at the throwaway numbers, Ben, for lower up. She's thrown away 6-3 and a 5-3-3. So those waves were out there and available. Alyssa Spencer, for one reason or another, didn't find herself on them. She's just got one score on the board. Her backup is a .63 after half an hour of surfing. Nowhere near enough.
Yeah, she's made some mistakes with priority as well. Caught a couple of waves on a priority that were no good. That just, you know, whatever slight advantage she had in that particular moment, she gave it back to her opponent. And her opponent really capitalised on those errors. And unlike Sally Fitzgibbons, who we saw in that last seat, who made a few errors but overcome them and fought back, Spencer hasn't been able to with 30 seconds on the clock. This is what counts as a pretty big upset, really. And unless something truly miraculous happens in 20 seconds, the defending champ is out of the event. And the young Brazilian is on the way to a really good result here in Portugal. Should be stoked on that. It looks pretty flat. It's a boil over. And those surfers ranked. I'll tell you also, this is great for those surfers in the top 5, because those surfers that are quite well entrenched, the Sallies, you know, suddenly all those surfers below them are getting knocked out. So there we go. You can see the hands on head how stoked. She's really well surfed. The Brazilians love it. We loved it. It was great surfing. Really controlled, but with aggression. And they have a shake hands. The disappointment's there. She still has the good sportsmanship to go up there and give her opponent a big thank you. But that was a convincing display. And look at the smiles on her face. Winners are grinners and losers can please themselves. That's what Cole says. And right now, there's a winner there and a grinner. We're going to march on to the next round. Next heat, sorry, the round of 16. Into heat 3, Yolanda Hopkins versus Australian Ellie Harrison. And all smiles. You can see how elated she is. That's a potential big change in her year, and she's so rapt. It's great to see surfers doing all the hard work, getting the rewards, and then coming in with a massive smile on their dial. But while that comes in, she's going to come in, she'll have a chat with Joanna Garnell. We're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. This is Heat 3, round of 16 action on the women's side of the draw. Yolanda Hopkins from right here in Portugal, currently coming 12th on the Challenger Series, up against a lady who is one spot below her on the rankings in 13th, Ellie Harrison from Victoria in Australia. That fog is, well, it's rolling in at the beach. It's quite sunny 100 metres or so back where we are, so hopefully it's going to burn off. Because I was just down there, it's pretty gloomy. The tide is, yeah, it's Looking pretty grim on the screen. That is Yolanda Hopkins in the red jersey, opening up on her forehand. We've seen some powerful surfing from Yo throughout the week. You just told us she was your dream surfing buddy if you were given a Hertz rental car to explore the coast here in Portugal, Paul.
Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to this clash. I think two surfers with loads of power, and I think it's one of those days you kind of need that a little bit as well, particularly with the conditions that we've been having. It's a touch sluggish out there today, and it is one of those sort of days where I really feel like the surfer needs to kind of bring their own energy and juice to this. And these two have got plenty of power and aggression, and I think we need to see. That's going to be really interesting to see how they go at it with similar sort of approaches. A slugfest, hopefully. As you mentioned, really close on the ratings for one of these two. This is going to build up and set up a very big result this season. 12th and 13th, so not miles back. You know what? Get semis or final here, say, and you're right in that conversation.
Yeah, you've got the ratings sheet in front of you. How are these two looking? Give us some scenarios.
Yeah, so Yolanda Hopkins already is adding to her total in this event. This is her first wave, just the wrap back, and that's just one quick turn, really. Nothing else on offer for her there. She'll go again.
Yeah, so this is live action in front of us, and hopefully it looks like it's starting to clean up a little. I would imagine so, as the day wears on and the sun starts to burn through all of this cloud. Things are going to get a little clearer. 25 minutes to go. A handful of scores dropping in for Yolanda Hopkins. 0.5 and a 183 so far. These scores still to come.
Yeah, just opening up there, Hopkins. And they're keeping that board moving, dealing with a bit of chatter, and then cleans it with a snap to finish right over a rock. She ain't scared of that. The commitment's never in doubt. The significant thing from her, she's sitting on 650. So a really early loss. At the moment, it's in her total. Yeah, there's that commitment. You just see she made sure she got that turn done and got out of there. And when she jumped off then, if I was one of those rocks, I would have been scared.
Well, she's banked 5 points for that one. Yeah, we're on about a mid-tide right now. We are heading to, it's about a 3:30 high this afternoon, so still plenty of water to fill in. Speaking of filling in, we are going to cross down to Chico, who's going to fill us in on how the last heat went down with the winner, Laura Clark.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here at the beach with Laura, Rob. Laura, what a great heat. You were on a roll. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to make my heat. Against Alicia, which is the defending champ, so I was pretty nervous about that, but I'm super happy to find great waves and could show my surf to everyone, because it's been a tough year on the Challenger. I couldn't like find the best results, but I'm super happy to make it to the quarters.
Well, on the previous round, you had a sketchy fall there at the end. Yeah. How's the injury going?
Yeah, now it's almost like 100 like full, but I need to rest 2 days, so I just got in the water yesterday afternoon to see how it was going, and it was pretty much good. And now I'm like with not much backwashes because it's much smaller, but yeah, I could surf.
And talking about being smaller, how do you readjust your surfing to a smaller day like this?
Yeah, I changed my board. This is a 550 from here, Portugal. They made for me. I want to say thank you to everyone from Sharpai, to Marcio and Pedro, which are here and cheering for me and helping me out. And yeah, the waves are great today. Like, not much size, but they are like a bully, right? So I'm super stoked.
You want to send a quick message back home in Brazil?
Oi, galera que tá torcendo por mim. Estou muito feliz de ter passado das oitavas, tá nas quartas agora. Queria mandar um beijo pro meu pai que tá me assistindo em casa, agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores. E é isso.
Amazing work, Laura. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Chico Alves. Was Laura up and on screen right now. Yolanda Hopkins, she's bagged a pair of fives. A 5 and a 5.5 see her out in the lead. Ellie Harrison has priority with just the 3.17 to her name. 22 minutes remaining, Paul.
Yeah, Hopkins just smashed that, and she's just come out of the gates charging. That's kind of what you expect to see from her. Just all action from the get-go, not hanging around at all. So hits the first turn and then just quickly kicks out. But you just see the momentum from as soon as she gets to her feet. She really is literally, figuratively on that front foot and into the lip. That was early on when she went so close to the rock. This is just the one way we've seen from Ellie. Not a big number. Even if she were to go all the way and win this event, she still can't qualify this year, actually. She's sort of the first person in that particular position in 13th. And just the way the numbers are, Nadia Ericeira in 5th. She still couldn't get past her number even with the win here. So it will be just a case of seeing how deep she can go into the event. Points and prize money. Improving as well with her seed for next year. And one of those surfers can afford to not have too much pressure. But I guess you're always in a heat at this level. You've got some of those personal rivalries that are just kind of fermenting as well. And it'll mean a lot for her to keep going through the rounds.
Yeah, and a win, you know, always
Win's cool.
Always makes you feel better. You don't want to
nice.
be turning up to these things and going home with your tail between your legs. And yeah, Ellie Harrison, she's got the form. She's taken plenty of big scalps in her career. Here's the replay of her last wave. So she's got the 317. This will probably be a little bit better than that.
Yeah, the first turn just kind of snapped things out, and you can see it when it's smaller like this, it hugs the short a lot closer. That also means it ends pretty abruptly in these rocks here. When it's bigger, it draws wider and then comes back into this section. Right now, you see, she had always, that was always in her mind as she's looking at that section. And we're just watching the 317 here. So just a quick hit, a little snap over a white watery section. It's nothing the judges are going to get overly excited about particularly. And right now the momentum is with Hopkins. She's got a couple of those 5s locked in. I think it could be one of those days where maybe be a little bit pragmatic. It's kind of adjust exactly what you're after. 5s feel pretty worthy at the moment, Binzi.
Yeah, you take them at this stage. Here goes Ellie Harrison. She's just dropped in a 4 for her last wave, and that's going to be a minus score. You know, Hopkins holding under priority. Ellie Harrison from Victoria. So, now this is almost like a kind of smaller day at Winky Pot, just running along the reef, so she'll be very familiar with these kinds of conditions. Here goes Yolanda Hopkins. One of her interviews the other day, Paul, did I sense a touch of an English accent?
British. Yeah, mum's Welsh.
Oh, there you go.
Mum's from Wales. That's Portuguese. She grew up here in Portugal.
The Welsh-Portuguese accent. It's an elusive and rare combination.
Less rare these days with Portugal becoming such a hub from people from all across Europe and beyond. Come and live here, enjoy the climate, all the waves on offer. I mean, Ericeira in particular. You've seen it throughout the years coming here. How many people have decided to make this place home, and probably this coast, you'd say as well, for the winters we get, which are pretty harsh in this part of the world. We generally get pretty nice summers with the long days. So yeah, winters on the Atlantic, they can be a little bit grey. Well, this has got the best of all of that coastal weather down here, particularly all through the winter. Water temperatures don't change that much as well. So it's kind of chilly in summers and you need a wetsuit, but it stays more or less the same temperature. It's that deep water that upwells off the coast. The water doesn't actually get freezing in winter, and just a delightful place to be year round.
Have you spent much time here in summer? I can't imagine you wear a wetsuit here in summer.
Yeah, not loads of time actually. No, not loads of time. Get quite a lot of north wind blowing as well.
What does that siren mean?
North wind's normally bad, but you know what, at the moment it would come in quite handy because that would blow the fog away. Right now it looks like we've got some trouble with the vision.
Okay, well, yet to get an official word, but you would assume that
yeah, Ellie Harrison's back on the beach here, so she would have heard the horn and realised that with this fog coming in, I guess, I mean, it's fairly obvious. It's just too tough for our judges to be able to see, and obviously it goes without saying they need to have really good vision on what's going on. And it's been one of those features really for the last couple of days, just the way the atmospheric conditions are. The wind doesn't pick up. It can get a bit stuck in this valley here.
It sure can. That's why I had a laugh when you told me that Ribera means kind of creek, because this is a massive canyon. It's a big gulch and quite a small tributary of water just trickling out into the ocean under the bridge we can see there. And yeah, it just holds. Speaking of Wales, this is almost like the sort of fog you might get in a Welsh valley. So yeah, unfortunately, the judges, who you can barely make out behind the red and green lights on the right of that white tower, have decided that they can't really see what's going on anymore. So with 18 minutes and 9 seconds to run in the third heat of the round of 16, they've decided to put things on hold. As we see Yolanda Hopkins making her way up the beach, we're going to go to a quick little ad break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to come back with more action from the EDP Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. And as you can see from this drone shot, the fog has set in. This is one in the afternoon, relatively late in the day. Fog for here at Ribeira de Lache in Ericeira, Portugal. But unfortunately, the head judge has just decided things are a little bit tough on the eye. And at this stage of the game, down to the pointy end, we are at the surfer on surfer heats. Yolanda Hopkins, Ellie Harrison in the water right now. The judges really want to make sure that they've got good eyeballs on everything that's going down.
Yeah, I suppose the significant thing as well from the point of view of the competitors, you know, if you're in the lead, Yolanda Hopkins, you got a couple of scores in. We just saw the quick debrief with her coach, John, there as well, back on the beach. You know, it's a chance for her to just kind of regroup as well and think about what she needs to do. Meanwhile, for Ellie Harrison, you're chasing down things. She might be more pleased at this one, just kind of stop for a little bit, because it's not been great for her so far. She's not got loads going. So maybe a chance to just, we talk about hitting that reset button. We've literally done that with the fog gear. So let's see what the waves are like when we do come back.
Yeah, 18-minute heat to be surfed from this point on, basically. You know, we've seen plenty of surfers this week get their 2 scores in a matter of minutes. So, yeah, plenty of time for Ellie Harrison to... You'd imagine at this stage she wants to get rid of her 4 and her 317, start again, but a 10.5 total of Yolanda Hopkins, that's, you know, not going to intimidate her one little bit.
Yeah, but it just goes to show you as well, we talk about like that mental side of the preparation that you need to do to qualify for tour and be a professional surfer. There are just so many factors to take in. And again here, we're on a hold, and it will just play on the nerves of, if you are feeling a little bit nervy, you feel like that'll kind of manifest and bring it out a bit more. Meanwhile, if you're feeling pretty zen and pretty happy with the way everything's going, it will just allow you to, yeah, just take a little more time, go through maybe a little bit of breath work, whatever it is the surfers are doing these days to keep a cool head, maybe put some banging music on the headphones.
Yeah, get back to the van life drum circle, or, you know, get in touch with the dream catcher and have a little bit of an afternoon lap. I think we are going to very shortly, hopefully, cross down to Travis Logie, who might give us the update.
Yeah, just a point on this fog, actually. It's pretty unseasonable this time of year. Generally speaking, you get these foggy kind of conditions where, you know, the water's cold and the air's warm, particularly in the spring, you might see that. You see that in the coast of California, particularly. You've got that grey May, the June layer. Yeah, the June gloom, as they call it over there. It's quite rare this time of year. Generally, this time of year, This isn't what we see over here, but it's been one of those seasons in Europe, actually. It's been a bit of a weird one. I mean, summer had quite a lot of waves in the Atlantic, but the autumn, the weather's been a little bit different.
All right, speaking of doing things a little bit differently, we're going to cross over to Chico Alves, who is not with Travis Logie, but actually with our competitor Yolanda Hopkins, who's going to give us an update on the conditions down at the beach.
I have Yolanda here with me. Yolanda, a pair of fives there. You're in the lead. Talk me through what happened now.
I mean, there's so much fog at the moment, the judges can't really see it. It's tricky conditions. It's hard to position yourself even in the water, but it seems to actually be connecting way better now. Like the last few sets come from a bit deeper, and yeah, I hope when the fog clears out, we can go back and carry on the momentum, maybe for a couple of higher scores.
How can you kind of reset your mind with an on-hold situation in between the heat?
I mean, I'm not very experienced on that. I don't think it happened maybe 2 or 3 times so far to me in my whole career. It's tricky. You have to like keep your mind going, like you just carry on the heat, kind of like starting where you left off. But it can be between like 20 minutes to an hour or even more sometimes. So yeah, it's tricky, but I guess that's what we get paid for, to do this little mental game and carry on the mindset.
I don't know how long we're going to be off for. We are waiting for the fog to dissipate, but good luck for the rest of the heat.
Thank you. That's a weird saying, but yeah. I hope I'll represent Portugal the best way I can and just keep it going, the momentum.
I'm sure you do. Back to you, boys.
All right, thank you very much, Chico. Post-heat interviews are so passé. It's all about the mid-heat interview right now, and Yolanda, don't sell yourself short. Only having 2 or 3 fog holds over the course of your early 20s career, I'd say that's up there with most surfers.
She's got some fog experience.
Yeah, that's yeah. So anyway, while we are waiting 20 minutes, we are going to cross to a highlights package from the US Open, the last event before this one. We'll be back in 20 minutes for an update with the new call. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back very shortly for an update.
To the competitors, it's got to be one of the hardest things to crack in all of sports.
Everybody wants to be there, and everyone's so hungry to get there, so every heat means so much.
You know, every single person in this event's capable of winning the comp.
She's gonna get spat out of the barrel. Oh my goodness!
I think the reason why we all keep fighting is because we love it. If you don't want to be on the championship tour, then why be here, you know?
When you're spending your life savings to travel out in the world to do these events and you're not getting much return, it's obviously gnarly. It's pretty cutthroat.
It's been a tough year. I lost all my sponsors. No matter what happens, I keep moving forward.
What?
Absolutely speechless.
We're halfway through the season. People that are just outside of qualification right now really need to step up.
It's all I could ever think about is cracking the CT. It's been such a dream of mine.
The tour for me, it's just like my dream.
I don't know, I feel like it's just been my dream my whole life.
Travel the world circuit ways with your idols and get paid for it. It's a dream job for sure.
If you're able to win here and withstand the pressure in Huntington Beach, you're able to win anywhere else in the world.
Welcome to stop number 4 of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Good morning and welcome. Day 6 of 9, and this non-competitor, guys, you need to move south.
The Challenger Series is about to light up the ocean for the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Stop number 4 of 6 of the season here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing, not just on the Challenger Series. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment. Yeah, it's pretty crazy sitting out there looking in, and you got a skate ramp, a concert going on, all the people on the beach, and the whole setup. It's pretty sick, actually. The competition's next level. There's so many guys that have already been on tour that are in this event and are fighting to get back on. And then the talent from the next generations raise the bar. So it's kind of like these clashing of like experience and like new talent that just makes it so tough. It has to be. It has to be. To get your name up on the board with the winners is pretty cool because so many great surfers have won this contest. So that's another like big part of it.
Obviously, it's not like the best wave in the world, but it's still pretty good and like contestable wise, where it's very performance friendly, and a lot of the best surfers win it.
This Challenger Series on the women's side is one of the most cutthroat things, maybe in all of sports, because every event starts with a field of 48 women.
Finds a barrel. It's a beautiful one. Coming through this section, and she goes. That's going to be it.
At the end of the year, only 5 make it to the championship tours. And so when you look at this top 5, Aaron Brooks, somebody that we've seen coming, Sally Fitzgibbons, a veteran, Bella Kenworthy, another really up-and-coming, exciting young surfer, Bahine Fierro, who won a championship tour event in 2024, and Isabella Nichols, she's tasted the CT, and she wants to prove that she belongs there yet again. But make no mistake, right behind them are 5-10 more who want to prove that they can take their spots, and this is the turning point in the season. Do you have what it takes, or are you going to be here for another year?
Aaron Brooks, the young phenom who's close to qualification.
17-year-old Aaron Brooks represents the future of female surfing.
Right now, I live on the North Shore of Oahu, but I was born in Boerne, Texas, which might kind of sound crazy because there's no waves there really besides the wave pool. And I lived there until I was 9 years old, and then we moved to Hawaii, and that's when I fell in love with surfing.
Aaron Brooks is one of those generational talents. She's kind of one-on-one when you think about how she's gotten to where she is. From discovering surfing at like 9 or 10, almost kind of late in Maui, and really going all in. Her family's gone all in, and it's working.
She's a bundle of energy. So that's kind of the great thing about surfing for us, was it was something to channel that into. But as soon as she's out of the water, she wants to go to the skate park. She wants to go to the gym. There's not video games or TV or downtime in her day. She's out there pushing all the time.
Has some spice. Go down, hanging on to the finish. This is what this young superstar can do.
I think a lot of the reason she's gotten so good at surfing so fast is the other girls, when she started, they were so far ahead of her and she had no water knowledge. So she wanted to get up before school every day. She wanted to go after school every day. She saw that Sally Fitzgibbons got up and ran at 4:30 in the morning before her surf sessions. Aaron started getting up at 4:30 as a 9-year-old and running before her surf sessions. That's just her competitive nature.
Time for the women, and Aaron Brooks, she's taken off, rocks in, still running through this one, and she's gonna get spun out of the barrel.
The barrel scene around the world in Snapper, and all it did was make the people who were already excited to see Aaron more excited to see Aaron.
My biggest goals are to make the tour and then win a world title, and then in LA win a gold medal.
I think for her, just to enjoy the ocean, travel with her friends, and if she can continue this and surf as a job, I think it's going to be an amazing life for her.
Aaron Brooks gets really barreled, is well-traveled, loves to go to wave pools in Texas. Brooks will automatically qualify if she wins the event. Aaron Brooks racing down the line, setting it up off the bottom, crushing the roof with a radical start to this heat. Sophia Medina, whoa, what a cool backside snap that was.
Yeah, I like that from Sophia. Just the way that she extended her body to really accentuate that turn, I thought was impressive.
Aaron Brooks rolling in. She likes to go as fast as she can. Lights up the first section with a big first turn and shuts it down. How cool was that combo?
That's one of the best waves we've seen all day, too, and I'd even have to argue that maybe one of the best of the event.
Aaron Brooks would just be identifying this event as a moment to launch herself onto the tour.
She can qualify at this event. She needs a major result.
Aaron Brooks one step closer to clinching. She's got to win the event to guarantee her spot on the championship tour.
Ian Gouveia, he's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
What a
You never forget this place. I'll be stuck in your head for days.
The 2024 Men's Challenger Series is at the halfway mark. Heading into the U.S. Open, the rankings feature a mix of veterans and newcomers, with Brazilian Ian Gouveia sitting in first place.
Ian Gouveia is a super talented surfer representing Brazil. One of those really cool second-generation surf stories with his dad, Fabio Gouveia, who had a very successful professional career. His dad was even in the top 5. Ian started ripping at a really young age and qualified for the championship tour kind of at the peak of the Brazilian storm. He had some crazy moments. There was one time where he was back against the wall to save his spot on tour. He had to make a semifinal at Pipeline. Next thing you know, he accomplishes it.
Ian Gouveia, though, taking off. Has a good line into this one. Grabs that rail and pumps his way through it. One of the better waves that we've seen.
He's starting to show the world he's a great barrel rider, along with his airs and turns, the complete package.
A very brave effort from Ian Gouveia.
To be surfing a Pipe Master is something that I dreamed since I was really little, watching my dad here on the beach, and no matter what happened, I'm stoked, you know.
But then we saw him fall off the championship tour. Years starting going by, 6 years. He's still not getting results. Now showing up in 2024, trying to really go all in. He's in that position now where he's like, hey, if it's not going to happen this year, I think I might have to move on.
Ian Gouveia is on the verge of qualifying for the championship tour for the second time. It's a comeback that's been 6 years in the making.
What? Absolutely speechless.
2024, everything is clicking for Ian Gouveia. 2 fifths in the Australian leg, and then a win in Bolito.
It's great to see Ian in this kind of form. It's hard to do that when you fall off to come back on.
That's 10,000 points heading into the U.S. Open, #1.
New heat in the water. #1 in the rankings, Ian Gouveia. Ian gets into the round of 16. He'll be on the championship tour, locking it up here. That was Ian's opener. That's a 4.33.
Well done.
Just needs a 3.37 to move into second place, and that is an advancing position in this 4-man heat.
He'll get that for sure.
Ian Gouveia, he's just moved into the second place slot. He's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
Wow.
Yeah. Ian Gouveia got the job done, and he's got the celebration. He knows what was on the line.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years. I told myself that this was going to be the duo that year. After I fell off on tour, so I became an athlete. It would be fun to see what I can do on tour, like being an athlete.
Yeah, the years down there, it feels.
Back at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. For the men, round 16, heat number 6, Marco Mignot, representing France via Sayulita, Mexico, is coming up against Dakota Walters out of Australia.
He's part of that new age of Australian surfer. He brings a little bit of creativity to his surfing.
Dakota tosses the fins, gets super bendy over there, trying to pet the cat in front.
Inverts that all the way around.
A 6.4.
Yeah.
Well earned. Dakota Puts it up and down again. A 6.5 for Dakota Walters.
Here's Marco with the answer.
Nice stab and lip on the backhand. Make it 2 for Marco Mignot. Little caught off guard there. Bangs the oncoming section. And Marco getting heated because he knows he's in a situation where he's going to have to start to put down some numbers, some big numbers.
What a great heat, though. Back and forth stuff.
6.13 comes in for Marco Mignot. His requirement now, a 6.77.
Might be seeing a couple lines come through right here.
Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Oh! Caught that one by the toes, pointing down. That was some innovation. That was a degree of difficulty behind him. Dakota Walters looks for a ramp, pops it up, and can't sink it. So it is going to be that last effort by Marco Mignot. Was it enough? Marco Mignot turns the heat with that last wave. A 7.3 for Mignot. Wow. And Marco, what a comeback. What a heat.
I had a lot of belief in myself that I could get the score, but I didn't really have the waves. And I was like, please, just one. And I just see something, a peaky. I was like, oh, this is from above. From there, I knew I had a lot of confidence. Just boost that air. And when I landed, I was like, oh, is this the score? Or not? I was like, still claim it.
Marco, on to finals day and the quarterfinals.
Australian Sally Fitzgibbons is one of the most formidable female surfers on the planet. She missed the cut 2 years in a row, but continues to fight back.
Those down times is where I've created my biggest successes.
To be 33, to beat Erin Brooks, she finds herself on top of the Challenger Series rankings.
I'm here to push my surfing. I want to showcase it. Yeah, why not me? I want to go all the way.
Top 5 on the Challenger Series, Sally Fitz and Erin Brooks. Sally, 3-time world runner-up and a past U.S. Open champion.
She is stoked, isn't she? She's one stoked human.
Erin Brooks against Sally Fitzgibbons. This is going to be a fascinating heat to watch unfold because Sally has been on the championship tour and fallen off. She does not want to give up her spot, getting back to the CT.
Erin Brooks is one of those generational talents. She has a chance to qualify for the championship tour if she wins the U.S. Open.
It's hard to go against Erin Brooks right now. I mean, has a win in a second. She's a little banged up with her ankle, but she's a force to be reckoned with, for sure.
She has this passion for surfing that I haven't seen from a lot of people, and obviously she's really, really talented. She's going to be overtaking a lot of us really soon, if not already has.
She is so prepared, I think maybe more than anyone else. Her fear level to create a very courageous type approach in heavy water. Her family's really going all in, and it's working. Erin Brooks on the wind-up for one big closeout hack, but she can't control it.
Here goes Sally, a lot of bump up this wave.
Whoa, really cool. Open face hook, classic little Sally special coming off the pier bowl right.
Tell you what, Erin, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
That was really nice.
Throwing some power into it.
On the outside section, the judges really enjoying the commitment to major maneuvers.
Fitzgibbons with a 717, 783. Put Erin in a big combination, and Erin trying to break through it. A 517 for Brooks, but she's starting to run out of time. A lot on the line for both athletes. Erin very close to qualification. Sally on the comeback to the tour. 18 seconds to go. Erin will take this way, but it's staying really full in the face, just having to chop out of there. Sally dominates this heat in the round of 16 and moves on to finals day.
Yeah, you can't put the fire out, especially 2-foot Huntington. For some reason, that gets me so psyched. Like, almost dares you to not be able to surf it. And I'm like, I don't know, I just felt springy and love my process today. And like, just the lead up into it and build up to those really big matchups. I think that's where tours really served me well. Like, you get so excited for a big matchup.
It's like right when you think the next generation would take over in these types of waves, it's just Sally's veteran style where she's always reinventing herself.
I think it was the age of about 8 years old when I decided I was going to be a world champion or an Olympic gold medalist.
Sally Fitzgibbons is the most driven young woman you've ever met. She's training at 4 o'clock in the morning, surfing all day, training again.
It's all about Sally becoming the best surfer she can be.
For me, it's like you're training and learning these things for life. Surfing's just that vehicle.
Australian Sally Fitzgibbons is one of the most formidable female surfers on the planet. Through triumph and tribulation, Sally has never given up on her dreams.
Some of my toughest moments, I think, being so close to something and learning to lose with grace and dignity and be a champion in defeat. In those times, it was about picking myself back up and find that will and desire inside me to keep on going.
And Sally tucks in.
I think those down times is where I've created my biggest successes.
Sally Fitzgibbons in the final with Joanne DeFay.
The wins have been harder to come by. Sally's last victory was over 3 years ago.
Yes, Sal.
One of the most hardworking athletes in the game. A never say die attitude.
She missed the cut 2 years in a row, but continues to fight back.
Typically, this is a wave for the youth. When you look at Sawyer Lindblad, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, like even Sally, you know, she won 13 years ago. She fit that youthful takeover of the U.S. Open history. And for her to continue to show up and to continue to get better, have her heart broken to pieces in those runner-up performances in the world title race, to never give up. She never once felt like she was taking a step down by going to the Challenger Series. She looked up at it. And with all that dedication, to be 33, to beat Erin Brooks, she finds herself on top of the Challenger Series rankings.
I guess at this stage of my career, you kind of stop trying to connect all the dots all the time and just enjoy the singular moments. I'm here to push my surfing. I want to showcase it. Yeah, why not me? I want to go all the way.
Welcome back to Finals Day, Surf City, USA. Sophia Medina taking on Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran and the youth that Sally's been enjoying all week. How about that cool looking carve on the open face and hits it off the lip.
Yeah, that's what we expect from Sally, to level up on Finals Day. Answer back from Medina. Beautiful swoop.
Medina incredibly focused against the veteran. Little wedge peak, fin throw, reverse, a rotator, and she will ride away.
Wow, really cool to see her go to the air.
A 7.5. Judges absolutely love it. Extending her lead big time out front.
Good set wave, nice section. She rode it out so clean too.
Right now, Medina with priority, needing a 6.74. Sophia picking off this wave. Great start on the glassy open face. Snap to carve combo.
Solid surfing. Will it be enough?
6.17. Not enough for the lead. 10 seconds to go. Fitzgibbons will take this one with priority and take it into the beach for a victory. She'll get the heat win. Wow.
Well, waking up in the morning, if that doesn't get you out of bed, like these clashes with the next gen, I don't know what will. So much fire inside, and in the women's game, we're really pushing into that progressive space, so it feels good to make one in a heat.
Fitzgibbons has a chance to get a second U.S. Open title. She's still in the mix.
Two up-and-coming Americans on the rise. Bella Kenworthy up against Alyssa Spencer.
Bella obviously fresh off that win in Bolito.
Just like yesterday, I just keep looking at everything.
Yeah.
Look at Alyssa Spencer did qualify for the CT last year. She has been relegated to the Challenger Series once again. And Alyssa, just a few years older, I feel like that experience should be on her side. The momentum definitely in Bella's corner right now. Just being 17 is pretty absurd, but the most important thing is having her family in the corner.
Bella, big snap there.
Wow.
One more huge snap. Small wave, but some powerful surfing by Kenworthy.
Holy.
Alyssa Spencer yet to get anything on the board.
Let's go. Making opportunities.
So nice reverse for Bella Kenworthy.
The moment you can see someone's head around on a swivel, they're second guessing themselves and their plan, and she needs a score. First of all, you need 2 waves to advance.
Here we go. Finds the right and a nice effort. Bella on the chase, controlling this heat. Priority will be used by Bella Kenworthy. Another great couple of turns. Looking unstoppable in this heat.
Looks like Bella's going to have another opportunity.
Pops it up, and she's got those things on lock. Alyssa Spencer trying to come back.
Nice angle on this wave. Nice little bowl. taps this first section. I'm like, okay, she's on her way here. She has the finish, she lines it up, she busts the fins, but she just gets caught up there.
That could wrap the heat.
Super smart. She's got the priority. Stick to her like glue.
Possibly get another wave. No. That's it. It's official. Alyssa Spencer with an equal fifth, and Bella Kenworthy on to semifinals.
Oh, wow. You just know how important it is to crack the semifinals here, so this is going to sting, I think, a bit for her.
Let's go, Lion. Let's go.
Marco Mignol, seconds on the clock.
It's either you go big or you go home.
He's going to have to go to the air.
I went big.
There's the ramp for all. Ooh, lands it. He wants the numbers.
Whoa! That is incredible. What a day.
Welcome to the finals day of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Al Cleland Jr., one of the heroes of the Olympic Games, representing Mexico. He is named after his father. His father's from San Diego, got a nice little pro career, and decided to check out what was happening down in Mexico, and decided that he wasn't going to leave. He comes to represent a country like Mexico that has world-class waves.
His background, obviously, in bigger waves, he can do it in anything. And that's what a lot of people don't necessarily consider about Mexican surfers. They always think, oh, they can only surf good waves. He's an all-around guy. That's what his dad expected of him, though. He always wanted him to go out there, kind of push the limits when it came to big wave surfing.
Coming off a big performance in the Olympics where everyone knows he can charge. Now they want to see what he can do in the beach breaks of Huntington Beach.
All right, Al, up in the closeout, hooks it and sticks it. Coming into this after the Olympics, my mindset was just so strong, and to show that I do have the surfing to be here. I mean, that's everybody's goal, you get into this Challenger Series, you want to make the CT, you want to show people you're surfing, and you just want to show yourself that you're able to do it. So, gonna go with the moment and see what happens in the future.
This is men's quarterfinal number 2.
Al Cleland Jr., best result ever for a surfer born in the beautiful country of Mexico. And Crosby, we had a lot of locals cheering for him. And now we get started with quarter 2 as we see a little tail chuck reverse for Al Cleland. Crosby has a bigger wall, big wind up, tail chuck reverse in the flats. He's going to open this thing up for another turn.
Al Cleland behind him. Oh, big whip off the top.
So he stays out in front. Crosby now needs a 4.33. Right hand wedge, tail chuck reverse, and a big spin. Crosby wants to answer. Nice carve down, setting up a vertical finish. Cleland's version of the rotator goes it to a 7.57. Score for Crosby, a 5.33. Al Cleland Jr. is in the semifinals of the U.S. Open.
He's up 36 spots to number 15 on the rankings.
I put so much time and dedication, so many events and so many losses. It's been a really long time of just working really hard to come to this. So it feels amazing having so much support and all that Mexican feeling, vibe. I'm really happy on the momentum that I got going.
Marco clear for takeoff. And extended frontside air reverse. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, brother, thank you.
Marco Mignol, he comes from a surfing family from Sayulita, Mexico, represents France. Kid has a lot of talent, very good in different types of waves. The best kid I've ever seen him surf in his life right here in HB.
Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Turns the heat with that last wave.
We've seen Marco on tour already as a wild card.
Marco Mignol keeping that board moving down the line, gets the exit.
Since then, he's grown up. He's a lot stronger. And he really does have what it takes to compete on the championship tour.
I've made a promise to myself when I was a little kid, it's my dream, and the dream is to qualify in the World Tour. And when I qualify in the World Tour, give a good message and inspire all the young generation that it's possible. When you believe and you put in the time and enjoy the process, you will make it happen.
Quarterfinal number 3, George Patar from Manly. He's been on fire.
Coming in ranked 4th in the Challenger Series, and this is the event that really put him on the map.
Yep.
Marco, he needs a result. He's up in the 30s right now, and if he can get through to the final, that's going to make him soar up the ratings even more.
All right, Marco. Little runner.
Clicks it, spins it, sticks it.
Running down the line.
What a wave for Marco Mignot.
Oh, here we go. Marco found himself another nice looking wave. Nice meaty section in front of him right there. Drifts the fins a little bit on his last turn, and then here we go. George
Kicks the fins out and nails the finish. Marco Mignot up and riding, running down the line.
Ooh, an air reverse into a layback kind of tail slash.
George Patar, important wave for the Australian. Full body torque on that first turn. Big snap there with a rebound. 7.5 would have went to the lead, but Marco Mignot dropped a 6.8. Marco Mignot on the way to his best result of the year. He's in the semifinals.
No matter what happens, you just keep going. I love surfing. I love this sport. I love every day of it. And keep going, keep getting better. And over the time, it brings the results.
Quarterfinal number 4, Chloe Andino coming up against Jackson Bunch.
It's been really uncomfortable, a little hard to watch Kolohe lose the last few years. He still wants to win a major CT event and be in a world title hunt. Even in the regional events, he's getting knocked out early. It's been since 2021 in Portugal since he's been in a final stage. And now, at this time of his life, a win here at the U.S. Open could be all he needs to switch back on that fire and be back on the Dream Tour.
Chloe with the wrap here.
I really like the way he's surfing. A lot of energy out there from Kolohe. Once again with the big wrap right there.
Jackson goes for the air, reverses, and sticks that landing.
Kolohe, second wave.
Just looking so lively on that board, springing through each turn, carrying speed.
And the San Clemente crew, they like what they saw.
Jackson Bunch looking for a 5.78, 15 seconds left. Flying down the line, throws the tail to the beach. He spins around. Ooh, throws it up there. Solid.
Wow, got to answer it. 6.4.
Jackson Bunch flips the heat right at the end on his last wave.
Kolohe Andino is going to walk away with an equal 5th.
Jackson surfing so good, so it was just super difficult. I had so much emotion after it because I've had such a weird last 4 years.
It's time for the finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Sally Fitzgibbons versus Bella Kenworthy.
I just have that belief it could be my day.
Good snap right there for Sally.
The newbie versus the veteran. Sally does not want to give up her spot, getting back to the CT, to the next generation.
It's one of the most memorable wins in U.S. Open history.
Welcome back to the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The drama continues to build here at the Huntington Pier. Time for the women's semifinals. Sally Fitzgibbons against Nadia Aerostarbe. Nadia's just been on a roll. Nadia Aerostarbe on her first wave of the semifinal. Gets to the inside and shuts it down. Really vertical with it.
Beautiful finish. It's going to be a good score.
Great opening ride, 5.5. The Australian veteran, three-time runner-up in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons, working hard to find some speed on this wind-up. She'll belt it. Amazing small wave surfing from Sal. Nadia trying to make a comeback. Aerostarbe, nice clean whip through the white water. Uses the pocket for the second turn, but there's a wall behind her, and Sally's ready to light it up. Fitzgibbons answers again.
Such a sinking feeling as a competitor, using your priority on the first wave of the set, kicking out of a lackluster wave and seeing even better wave.
Move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The way she just flows through the flats and then puts all of her power into every single maneuver. Tough heat for Nadia. Sally will have another chance to fight for a U.S. Open title as the Australian moves on to the final. Wants to pick up a second victory at this venue. Who's going to be in the final with her, Bronte or Bella?
The one thing about this event, it kind of catapults you into superstardom and could potentially be the next big thing. Bella Kenworthy, she's amazing. I mean, she has a great repertoire of maneuvers.
You see Jason there, having kids, all you want to do is just share the lifestyle. Bella, the oldest, knocking at the door to qualification. As we look at some nice backhand surfing from Bronte McCauley. The Australian vet just putting it together. Bella will get started out the back. Swinging another little backhand carve. Bella's already done.
On the backhand, you feel it on that wave with Bronte. She's in the zone.
Bella's going to need to get some work done now.
Throws down a nice first turn. Building to this big section with the fins out.
Different type of surfing on the forehand. Wow, we got a heat on our hands.
Throwing some water again. Clean form on this running right. She's just hitting every little point so well. Regular versus goofy, two different styles. These are the heats you look forward to. Bella, snap with the fins out the back. A lot of commitment there, pushing a bit harder.
Bella's stoked. That opening turn, she threw a lot at it. It was super powerful.
High performance type maneuvers. 7.37 for Bella Kenworthy. Gets the lead off Bronte McCauley. Bella Kenworthy is in the final, going for back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series.
I'm lucky I've grown up here, so I have been surfing the wave for so long and just happy to carry my momentum.
It's time for the finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. How good is this? Sally Fitzgibbons versus Bella Kenworthy.
The winner of this women's final moves into the top place in the Challenger Series rankings. We make the 2025 Championship Tour down to the slimmest of margins. Sally Fitzgibbons still has what it takes to contend with the best in the world. And Bella Kenworthy, she surfed this wave so many times in all conditions, so this is a massive moment.
Solid backhand. Now she's opened things up on the right. Connects with the lip, throwing some water right into a cutback.
She's definitely got momentum going her way right now.
Bella Kenworthy, carved right in front of Sally. Great read once again for the 17-year-old.
Yep, Dad likes it.
Let's see if the Australian veteran can change gears here as Bella Kenworthy is getting close to going back-to-back victories. Sally swung into this one, Rosie.
So Sally was priority. Slashes into that one. Better surfing from Sally. And throws it out again.
Let's go!
Completed 2 maneuvers for her. That's a good start.
How's this wave? Nice to see a little bit more size, especially the final. Bella grabbing it. A little messy whitewater section, but second turn a little bit stronger. Sally's going to get going as well. Connects right into a backhand hook. Bella didn't find anything on the reform. And Sally's going to start doing some foam climbs, and she'll hop out just so smart, knowing that first priority will be a big deal with 10 minutes to go.
Tenths of a point separating these two women. It's so incredibly close at the moment.
Bella kind of got the jump on me, so I just kept rolling the dice.
Sally's had to scrap and find waves. She's ridden more waves in this heat.
35 seconds. Bella is going to choose this wave to try to win the event. Throws down her first hook. She needs something solid on the inside. It's starting to grow for Bella Kenworthy. Clean snap again. Still on the hunt. Sees the whitewater, but it doesn't give her a finishing wall.
I think Sally's got this.
Not enough. Sally Fitzgibbons, 13 years in between big wins here in Huntington Beach. What a legend.
Oh my gosh, after 13 years, it's just a very special place for me. Look out, my mom's up on the, she's up on the pier looking down, and it's just been such a special week. My dad's here too, and I just love that I can keep showing up through all the ups and downs. You know, surfing is life, and that inspires me to put in the work and just keep going. Love you guys. Woo-hoo, we did it.
Oh, we love you, Sally. That was so beautiful. Thank you, AJ. That was heavy. To beat Aaron Brooks, to beat Bella Kenworthy. You know, Bella was 2 when Sally was a rookie on tour. To show her not just longevity, but to never give up. Not to sound corny, but it felt like a Disney movie. A U.S. Open champion for the second time of her career, Sally Fitzgibbons. 33 years of age. For me, it's one of the most impactful wins of her career.
With this win, Sally Fitzgibbons moves up to first place in the rankings. American Bella Kenworthy is in second, followed by Isabella Nichols.
You're looking at 2 friends. They probably call each other brothers.
Marco Mignot. Oh, wow.
You're just hearing 30 seconds, and then, oh my God, here we go.
Go. He's a 6.61. Hits it off the lip. He controls it and also stays on his feet at the buzzer.
Welcome back to the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Mexico's Alan Cleland up against Jarvis Earl, former world junior champ.
Yeah, you just gotta stay right there. Don't chase it too much. Yeah, I'm pulling the section.
Both of these surfers climbing up the rankings with this appearance in the semifinals.
Tough to take down Jarvis right now in these kind of waves, but Al, the way he's been competing under pressure, like, feel like I'm going to give him the nod. He's just very level-headed right now. He's focused.
Jarvis gets the jump. He goes tail high, controls it.
Finishing that off, that's going to be a great opening wave there.
And then now on the outside.
Power snap there, but right back in the game. Cleland goes excellent with an 8.33. And Jarvis Earl gets yet another wave.
Lines up this section. That one is the best maneuver. Alan needing a 3-3-4. Hits the lip line there.
Nice. Roundhouse back into the white water. Inside section presents itself. A 6.4 for Al Cleland. The surfer from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr. on to his first Challenger Series final.
From this event, I've really been trusting my surfing and just my mentality. I knew my mind was calm, my body was relaxed, and yeah, I'm really happy to be in my first final ever in a Challenger Series, so really feel good with this momentum that I have. Viva Mexico!
We got a new heat in the water with semifinal 2. Marco Mignot, Jackson Bunch. Marco Mignot, 23 years old, representing France by the way of Saludita, Mexico.
Right, so fight for the beginner. It's really important. Imagine if the best way of the heat comes in at the beginning.
Jackson Bunch from Paia, Maui is rocketing up the Challenger Series rankings right now.
Let's go, Lion. Let's go.
Here we go. Jackson looking left. Bunch flies up into the air. Marco Mignot snaps through the foam and just rides fakie for a bit. That was an electric performance by Marc Mignot.
That tail slide into the fake, as you were mentioning, not a maneuver you get to see every day.
All right, Bunch cracks it off the top, wraps it back. Well, a 6.27. Marco sneaks this one on the inside. You know he's looking for a ramp. This is
Tucks the air. He sticks it.
What just happened?
7.5 is what he's looking for.
There has to be. It has to be.
Buzzer beater earlier, and can he do it again?
There it is, 7.5, and it's enough. Marco makes the final, moves into first.
The fruits of my hard work are paying off, and I'm just absolutely grateful. You go big or you go home. So I went big.
So patience is the game, right? Patience is the game, and stay super fit and I know Alan Surf is going to do a city thing on the beach, so I don't want him on the school.
You look at the final with Alan and Marco, and you're looking at two friends. They'd probably call each other brothers. They would compete with each other growing up, and now they're in a final together. They've never been on a stage like this. It's got to be so surreal to look over at your childhood friend going, oh my gosh, someone's going to win the U.S. Open right now.
We're going to count it in right now, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Marco Mignot. Oh, wow. What a way to start for our surfer from France in blue. Al Cleland, our surfer from Mexico. Big old hammer on the first. Rides over that foam. You know he's making it around this. And there we go, Al Cleland. Wow. He's in the game now.
Wrapping through the shoulder, Marco Mignot staying light on his feet. Now it's starting to open up, earning this wall and showing off the fin throw reverse again. Marco out front with a 7.33. Alan still with priority. Needs a 6.61. 30 seconds. What do we see out there?
Oh, maybe something on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to get here in time to go.
He's 6.61. First turn, a snap off the coping right out in front. Belts it again. He's got to hold his composure through the inside. Hits it off the lip. He controls it and also stays He's on his feet.
I can't believe this right now. This is so crazy.
The two good friends are already going to shake hands as they wait for the outcome.
Oh my, there it is. It's a 6.7. It's enough. John Cleland.
Scores in. Al Cleland Jr. does it at the buzzer and takes out the event for Mexico for the first time in history. Al Cleland Jr., your champion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
I don't even have no words to explain the feeling that I have right now. It's crazy, you know, just hearing 30 seconds and then hearing with people on the pier like, hey, there's a wave outside. I was like, oh my God, here we go.
Al Cleland Jr. has moved up an incredible 42 spots to number 9. Ian Gouveia remains first, followed by Samuel Pupo and George Pitar.
All I want to say is, Viva México, y aquí estamos, pa'l mundo!
I think if you ask anyone who's watched any type of competitive surfing, they'll say that the most exciting events are waves of consequence.
It's one of those sort of freak of nature waves that you don't get too many of in the world.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, the World Surf League arrives in Fiji for the penultimate stop on the championship tour, and the road to the WSL finals rolls on.
Simmers, you're going the lowers. John Florence, you are the number 1 seed.
The Challenger Series is the final step before you achieve the dream of making the championship tour. We're talking you can win a world title, you can get the sponsors, you can have the lifestyle and make the money, and all of that is really possible on the championship tour. And so that's why so many surfers want to make it and so few actually can.
So I've been trying for a few years now, almost qualified last year. This is my 3rd year now on the level, just same doing craze every year.
You can see what it means to the competitors.
It's got to be one of the hardest things to crack in all of sports.
Everybody wants to be there and everyone's so hungry to get there, so every heat means so much.
You know, every single person in this event's capable of winning the comp.
She's gonna get spat out of the barrel.
Oh my goodness! I think the reason why we all keep fighting is because we love it. If you don't want to be on the championship tour, then why be here, you know?
When you're spending your life savings to travel out in the world to do these events and you're not getting much return, it's obviously gnarly. It's pretty cutthroat.
It's been a tough year. I lost all my sponsors.
No matter what happens, I keep moving forward.
What?
Absolutely speechless.
We're halfway through the season. People that are just outside of qualification right now really need to step up.
That's all I could ever think about is cracking the CT. It's been such a dream of mine. The tour for me, it's just like my dream.
I don't know, I feel like it's just been my dream my whole life.
Travel the world, surf good waves with your idols and get paid for it. It's a dream job for sure.
If you're able to win here and withstand the pressure in Huntington Beach, you're able to win anywhere else in the world.
Welcome to stop number 4 of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the 2024 Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Good morning and welcome. Day 6 of 9, and this non-competitor, guys, you need to move south.
The Challenger Series is about to light up the ocean for the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Stop number 4 of 6 of the season here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing, not just on the Challenger Series. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment. Yeah, it's pretty crazy sitting out there looking in, and you got the skate ramp, a concert going on, all the people on the beach, and the whole setup. It's pretty sick, actually. The competition's next level. There's so many guys that have already been on tour that are in this event and are fighting to get back on, and then the talent from the next generations raise the bar, so it's kind of like these clashing of like experience and like new talent that just makes it so tough. It has to be. It has to be. To get your name up on the board with the winners is pretty cool because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Obviously, it's not like the best wave in the world, but it's still pretty good and like contestable wise, where it's very performance friendly, and a lot of the best surfers win it.
This Challenger Series on the women's side is one of the most cutthroat things, maybe in all of sports, because every event starts with a field of 48 women.
Finds a barrel, there's a beautiful one coming through this section, and she goes. That's going to be it.
At the end of the year, only 5 make it to the championship tours. And so when you look at this top 5, Erin Brooks, somebody that we've seen coming, Sally Fitzgibbons, a veteran, Bella Kenworthy, another really up-and-coming, exciting young server, Bahine Fierro, who won a championship tour event in 2024, and Isabella Nichols, she's tasted the CT, and she wants to prove that she belongs there yet again. But make no mistake, right behind them are 5, 10 more who want to prove that they can take their spots, and this is the turning point in this season. Do you have what it takes, or are you going to be here for another year?
Erin Brooks, the young phenom who's close to qualification.
17-year-old Erin Brooks represents the future of female surfing.
Right now, I live on the North Shore of Oahu, but I was born in Boerne, Texas, which might kind of sound crazy because there's no waves there really besides the wave pool. And I lived there until I was 9 years old, and then we moved to Hawaii, and that's when I fell in love with surfing.
Erin Brooks is one of those generational talents. She's kind of one-on-one when you think about how she's gotten to where she is. From discovering surfing at like 9 or 10, almost kind of late in Maui, and really going all in. Her family's gone all in, and it's working.
She's a bundle of energy. So that's kind of the great thing about surfing for us, was it was something to channel that into. But as soon as she's out of the water, she wants to go to the skate park. She wants to go to the gym. There's not video games or TV or downtime in her day. She's out there pushing all the time.
Have some spice, come down here, hanging on the finish. This is what this young superstar can do.
I think a lot of the reason she's gotten so good at surfing so fast is the other girls, when she started, they were so far ahead of her and she had no water knowledge. So she wanted to get up before school every day. She wanted to go after school every day. She saw that Sally Fitzgibbons got up and ran at 4:30 in the morning before her surf sessions. Erin started getting up at 4:30 as a 9-year-old and running before her surf sessions. That's just her competitive nature.
Time for the women, and Erin Brooks, she's taken off, rocks in, still running through this one, and she's gonna get spat out of the barrel.
The barrel scene around the world in Snapper, and all it did was make the people who were already excited to see Erin more excited to see Erin.
My biggest goals are to make the tour and then win a world title, and then in LA win a gold medal.
I think for her, just to enjoy the ocean, travel with her friends, and if she can continue this and surf as a job, I think it's going to be an amazing life for her.
Erin Brooks gets really barreled, is well-traveled, loves to go to wave pools in Texas. Brooks will automatically qualify if she wins the event. Erin Brooks racing down the line, setting it up off the bottom, crushing the roof with a radical start to this heat. Sophia Medina, whoa, what a cool backside snap that was.
Yeah, I like that from Sophia. Just the way that she extended her body to really accentuate that turn, I thought was impressive.
Erin Brooks rolling in. She likes to go as fast as she can. Lights up the first section with a big first turn and shuts it down. How cool was that combo?
That's one of the best waves we've seen all day, too, and I'd even have to argue that maybe one of the best of the event.
Erin Brooks would just be identifying this event as a moment to launch herself onto the tour.
She can qualify at this event. She needs a major result.
Erin Brooks one step closer to clinching. She's got to win the event to guarantee her spot on the championship tour.
Ian Gouveia, he's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
What a
2024 Men's Challenger Series is at the halfway mark. Heading into the U.S. Open, the rankings feature a mix of veterans and newcomers, with Brazilian Ian Gouveia sitting in first place.
Ian Gouveia is a super talented surfer representing Brazil. One of those really cool second-generation surf stories with his dad, Fabio Gouveia, who had a very successful professional career. His dad was even in the top 5. Ian started ripping at a really young age and qualified for the championship tour kind of at the peak of the Brazilian storm. He had some crazy moments. There was one time where he was back against the wall to save his spot on tour. He had to make a semi-final at Pipeline. Next thing you know, he accomplishes it.
Ian Gouveia, though, taking off. Has a good line into this one. Grabs that rail and pumps his way through it. One of the better waves that we've seen.
He's starting to show the world he's a great barrel rider, along with his airs and turns, the complete package.
A very brave effort from Ian Gouveia.
To be surfing a Pipe Master is something that I dreamed since I was really little, watching my dad here on the beach, and no matter what happened, I'm stoked, you know.
But then we saw him fall off the championship tour. Years starting going by, 6 years. He's still not getting results. Now showing up in 2024, trying to really go all in. He's in the position now where he's like, hey, if it's not going to happen this year, I think I might have to move on.
Ian Gouveia is on the verge of qualifying for the championship tour for the second time. It's a comeback that's been 6 years in the making.
What?
Absolutely speechless.
2024, everything is clicking for Ian Gouveia. 2 fifths in the Australian leg, and then a win in Bolito.
It's great to see Ian in this kind of form. It's hard to do that when you fall off to come back on.
That's 10,000 points heading into the U.S. Open, number 1.
New heat in the water. Number 1 in the rankings, Ian Gouveia. Ian gets into the round of 16. He'll be on the championship tour, locking it up here. That was Ian's opener. That's a 4.33. Just needs a 3.37 to move into second place, and that is an advancing position in this 4-man heat.
He'll get that for sure.
Ian Gouveia, he's just moved into the second place slot. He's 90 seconds away from being back on the big show. Wow. Ian Gouveia got the job done, and he's got the celebration. He knows what was on the line.
After 6 long years, you're officially back. What does that feel like?
My voice is gone already. I don't know, man. That was a long 6 years. I told myself that this was going to be the duo that year. After I fell off on tour, so I became an athlete. It would be fun to see what I can do on tour, like being an athlete. Yeah, the years now, very feel.
Back at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. For the men, round 16, heat number 6, Marco Mignot, representing France, via Sayulita, Mexico, is coming up against Dakota Walters out of Australia.
He's part of that new age of Australian surfer. He brings a little bit of creativity to his surfing.
Dakota tosses the fins, gets super bendy over there, trying to pet the cat in front.
Inverts that all the way around.
A 6.4.
Yeah.
Well earned. Dakota puts it up and down again. A 6.5 for Dakota Walters.
Here's Marco with the answer.
Nice stab of lip on the backhand. Make it 2 for Marco Mignot. Little caught off guard there. Bangs the oncoming section. And Marco getting heated because he knows he's in a situation where he's going to have to start to put down some numbers, some big numbers.
What a great heat, though. Back and forth stuff.
6.13 comes in for Marco Mignot. His requirement now, a 6.77.
Might be seeing a couple lines come through right here.
Marco needs a 6.77. Let's see what he's got. Oh! Caught that one by the toes, pointing down. That was some innovation. That was a degree of difficulty. Behind him, Dakota Walters looks for a ramp, pops it up. and can't sink it. So it is going to be that last effort by Marco Mignot. Was it enough? Marco Mignot turns the heat with that last wave. A 7.3 for Mignot. Wow. And Marco, what a comeback. What a heat.
I had a lot of belief in myself that I could get the score, but I didn't really have the waves. And I was like, please just one. And I just see something, a peaky. I was like, oh, this is from above. From there, I knew I had a lot of confidence. I just boost that air. And when I landed, I was like, oh, is this the score or not? I was like, still claim it.
Marco, on to finals day and the quarterfinals.
Australian Sally Fitzgibbons is one of the most formidable female surfers on the planet.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro here at Ribeira in Ericeira, Portugal. We are midway through Heat 3 of the round of 16. Ladies' side of the draw in this Challenger Series event. We are currently on hold due to a bit of fog that's made it a little tough for the judges to see what's going on in the water, but it looks like, contrary to what you might be seeing on your screen, that things are clearing up a little bit. So we are looking at a restart in a couple of minutes. I'm Chris Binns. I'm joined by Paul Evans.
Yeah, you are.
Mate, tell us about this this heat so far and what you know about the local fog conditions.
Well, there was like a lot of build up to this one. It's the heavy hitters. It's the two power surfers. We're really looking forward to it. I got off to a pretty good start with Yolanda. Got a couple of fives. Ellie had a bit of a go. Struggled really to get loads going, but then the fog came down and you just wonder exactly what sort of effect it's going to have. So Bottle was giving the instructions to Ellie. She seemed pretty dialed in with everything. This is Yolanda with her coach, John, and she's all smiles. The energy's good. She already knows she's adding points to her numbers this year just by being right here in this round. And she opened up, got a couple of fives. This is what you expect her to do. She's pretty fiery and competitive. She gets up at 5 a.m. every day, runs 10 miles in the dark before getting surfing before anyone else on the Challenger Series. And she got a quick start in this, just keeping things alive and lively. Couple of fives it was for her work. Not afraid to go close to that rock section. Slightly more modest numbers from Ellie, but a similar kind of order of stuff, really. Her high number was the 4. She had a 3.17 as well. This was the 4. So that's the way things set up. In the first 12 minutes of it here, you're thinking, okay, we can expect these two to improve their numbers. That fog came in, been on hold for a little while now. It looks like we've got better vision. And let's see where we pick up. Priority was with Ellie, so I guess it'll stay that way, and we'll probably wait for a set before we start the heat, will we?
That's a good question, Paul.
Yeah, it is a good question.
Is that how they like to do it, or do they just decide we're away and off you go?
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, that fog, like, we haven't had a lot of wind pick up here, so we were hoping for a bit of an on-sheet just to blow that fog away. We haven't had that. Reports tell us it's blaze and sunshine just down the coast in the capital of Lisbon, so really localized fog here at the moment is what we're dealing with, and it's tough in terms of our judging panel being able to see. We've also had a bit more tide fill in as well, so things would have changed quite a bit actually, Binzi, from the opening 12 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, you'd imagine we're sort of mid-tide right now, pretty slack water. It's not much wind. We're in this cloud. It's quite muggy and humid.
We're in the cloud forest.
Yeah, it's surprisingly bright as well. We went out for have a quick bite to eat during the break, and we all had to put sunglasses on because of how bright it is with all the glare that's bouncing around on the inside of this cloud that we're currently sitting in. But yeah, we need something to, big gust of wind to come down the valley and blow this out to sea, or a bit of rain and break things up. Just yeah, it feels a little stagnant at the moment, Paul.
Yeah. It looks like this fog. It's been a continuing story where you get these little patches. It looks like it's going to burn off, but none of it's particularly moving in one direction. Then you'll see some more form, and that's been the story throughout, really. It's kind of bubbling up, clearing up a bit, and then thickening again. So at the moment, we're yet to get underway. Well, normally, as surfers, you don't want too much wind. If you do want any, it's the offshore that you're after. Right now, we wouldn't mind if that sea breeze would pick up. That'd actually be pretty handy if we could organise a bit of that, because like you said, the wind could blow the fog away. But at the mo, reasonably light. I mean, there's a couple of knots there on that flag, I reckon, but pretty tough to see at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, we're being teased at the moment. I had the wetsuit halfway on before the event got called back on. The wetsuit came halfway off again. It feels like one of those days, even you walk outside, it's jacket on, jacket off, sunglasses on, sunglasses off.
There's enough visibility to go surf for sure. Like when you're out in the lineup, you'd be able to see the sets coming. It's not a problem, not like a safety issue for our athletes, anything like that. It's just the fact the judging panel where they are and the distance down to the water, and just being able to have really good vision on exactly what's happening in the lineup for obvious reasons. I mean, that path usually, it's a pretty big cliff. It doesn't normally go up into the clouds.
No, but I mean, yeah, personally, I prefer to surf when nobody can see me. So this would have been my dream break. Not great for the judges and the competitors at the highest level, as we are here at the Challenger Series. A berth in the quarterfinals on the line. Sally Fitzgibbons, we saw her in the first heat of this round through to the quarters, and she is 5 from 5 on the Challenger Series this year. Only your best 4 results count, so she's done so well this year. She needs to make the semis just to add to her points tally.
Did you catch much of the CT up in Peniche, Binzi, early this year? Doesn't matter if you didn't. You know what? Doesn't matter if you didn't, because they made a TV show, Inside Pro Surfing, all about that from Portugal. I reckon it might be time to give it a watch while we wait for the fog to try and lift. We're going to be on hold for a little while longer here because of this fog, I guess.
Fair enough. So we're going to go watch this show right now, catch up on what went down at the Mio Pro Portugal start of the year. We'll be back as soon as we can with more action from here at the EDP Ericeira Pro from Ribeira de Lache.
That was insane.
Hawaii was radical.
What is happening? Are you kidding me?
It was one of those starts of the year that changed everything.
We started the season in Hawaii with a few truths. The first is that women's surfing is at a whole new level. Parkland for the girls. On the men's side of things, it was a moment where we really feel like it could be anybody's game this year.
The new school was ready to take down everybody in its path.
They are here. They want the world title. They believe they can win the world title.
The Hawaii leg was absolutely electric.
We're definitely not in Hawaii anymore. We've come over to Europe and Portugal. It's definitely raw. You get over here and you have the idea of perfection, but the reality of Europe is you're going to get punished.
It's midwinter. We get absolutely hammered by storms out of the Atlantic.
It's cold, it's windy, it's dark, it's unpredictable.
It could be incredibly unforgiving, but the town itself is classic. Old world culture, rad little fishing village. When everything does line up, it can be amazing. In the tube, he's traveling and he comes out. It could be a heavy wave of consequence, and it could also be an air show.
Go for the air to lay down the alley-oop.
You've got to be amazing in the barrel, be really good in the air as well. But you've also got to have to roll up the sleeves and just get it done.
These are must-win heats in Portugal if you want to make the cut.
Welcome to WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Surfing's biggest stars have gathered in Portugal for the third stop on the championship tour. Hawaiian John Florence is a former world champion and current rankings leader. For Florence, Peniche will always be a special part of his story.
It's going to be one of your favorite places on earth.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be back here. I have a lot of good memories from here. Obviously, winning my first world title here was really exciting for me.
And we will count down with 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, destiny has been put in place. John Florence is your world champion for 2016, and it's happened right here in Portugal.
For that event, I didn't know I could win it here until someone had told me in an interview here in this room. And so it's funny being back here and being kind of in that like environment again.
How many times have we seen him with a big start? He's wearing yellow and then it disappears, or he's right in the mix and he gets hurt again. It's heartbreaking to even think about.
John's hurt himself here, I think.
John in his career has missed 24 championship tour events because of injuries. He's got to stay injury-free if he wants to run at a third world title.
What do you want to achieve this year? To win again the world title? Is that on your mind, of course?
I want to win.
And I feel like he's planning on having a massive year. I know he's bringing Ross Williams on the tour with him for every single event this year, which he hasn't done in a long time.
I think it would mean a lot. I'm guessing it would be his favorite world title just because, you know, he's getting older and all the surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
If I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business.
Bon dia and good morning. Starting out with a banger, John Florence.
Taking on Cade Matson. Cade, a rookie on tour.
It's gonna be hard, dude. I know. Like, I haven't seen much going on, really. I'm ready for it. It's a 6 game.
Cade coming in, feeling the pressure. Didn't have a great start over in Hawaii.
Cade is looking for a big result because he could be facing elimination at the midseason cut.
I feel like I'm a pretty confident person, so I feel like no matter who I go up against, I'll have that belief that I can beat them. Guys like John, Gabriel, I just look up to all those guys, so it's going to be really cool to be able to like compete against them.
John Florence, #1 in the world. First time he's won the yellow jersey since 2021. It's a David and Goliath type heat.
John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit.
The yellow jersey just kind of is, I feel like, a little bit of a nod to doing the right things and kind of being on a good program.
Here we go, Cade.
Cade pulling in, nice travel time. Madsen will get the exit. John's looking at the one behind him.
He's inspired, and he really wants to put like 100% into every single heat.
Cade's chasing a 9.34 for the lead.
Chasing John Aquaman, that's his power, right?
John Florence has proven that he is back. I don't know if he ever left, but if he did, he's absolutely back. Coming in with that yellow jersey, coming in with those memories, it's all about who is John right now, and he's dangerous.
Congratulations to John Florence advancing through the round of 16.
Once I paddled out before the heat started, I kind of saw that there's some barrels. On that first time, I just got really lucky. It was just such a nice little double up to it. So I was stoked to start the heat with that.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly Picklum is the future. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side.
This is history being made right now. So strong, so focused.
What a turn.
Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
Keep doing. It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today. But I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just see how into a couple like.
At only 21, rankings leader Molly Picklum is already making history.
Here we go, out the back.
Oh my gosh, no, don't do it. Don't.
Here we are in the semifinals. Molly Picklum putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
Such a moment for women surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline or Backdoor ever. Wave after wave, and as much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other to just keep going one better.
Molly Picklum, fresh off her 10-point ride, swinging again into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this, and to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing, and I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers.
Molly Picklum is the future. Everyone's honestly making predictions on what she's going to achieve, how many records she'll break. She's just that new breed of talent that is changing the game on the women's side. She's 21, and she's dangerous at pipe, which is, we could sit on that topic for a while, but then you look at Sunset as well.
The Australian's momentum continued at stop 2 as she attacked the big open ocean walls of Sunset Beach.
What a turn.
People were calling it the most critical turn ever performed in a women's competition. She has come into this year so strong, so focused. She has got this sort of unwavering mindset. Doesn't matter what gets thrown at her. She's just like fortified steel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Back-to-back seasons. Your champion of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is Molly Picklum.
You're now in the yellow jersey. Yeah, baby!
I'm not sure we've ever seen anyone as confident as her. She really looks like she's reveling in the fact that the attention's on her.
Molly Picklum has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, she's not just here for a world title. She's not just here for an Olympic gold. She wants to push women's surfing to new heights.
We'll look back and realise how big this moment is and the push that we're doing right now, but so honoured and so grateful to have these girls in my life pushing me to see how good we can all get at surfing.
We're continuing to celebrate International Women's Day here in Portugal. Our first heat of the round of 16 for the women will feature Molly Picklum in yellow, taking on Gabriella Bryan.
Gabriella Bryan now has to take on world number 1 Molly Picklum. It's total opposite scenario. Gabby's had some tough results, and Molly Picklum's been the one celebrated surfer on tour. Gabriella Bryan, when she lost early at Sunset specifically, I mean, if I could pick one event on the calendar for her to win, it's Sunset Beach.
Two-time semifinalists out here at Sunset Beach with power surfing just like that. Bryant just needs a mid-range score of a 4.78. Needs a little bit more. Oh, 3.67, not enough. She'll bow out of competition with an equal 9th.
She's really got to make more heats to be more comfortable before the mid-season cut. I guess she's been just managing some injuries and bits and pieces that have been playing into her preparation. I don't know, I still feel really confident. I feel like she's surfing fantastic. I'm hoping she's going to turn it around.
Round of 16 for the women. Off the bottom, snapping off the top, Bryan. She'll get a section here. Really nicely done, uses the shoulders.
This is the technique that I love to see from Gabby, just the punch and the push of the tail.
Meanwhile, here we go. Molly Picklum, the answer back. Here's an opportunity for her. Let's see what she does with it. She'll put it up late with a quick drifty hip. Close to the midway point in this one. Well, here she goes. It is the yellow jersey of Picklum, and she's up on a rail. In the final 3 minutes of this heat. Now she'll use the priority here. Some white water on the face. Let's see what she can do with it. She'll swing her first and it's a touch sticky. This one will double up.
Tic-tacs down the line. Punches that section. Throws the fin. She will improve upon her scoreline with that ride.
In the yellow jersey will bow out of competition.
I'm just really comfortable and yeah, feeling good.
The high seeds struggled as world number 2 Caitlin Simmers faced Luana Silva. Simmers was eliminated with a 9th place finish.
Lulu taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. Molly Picklum out as world number 1 in this round.
The yellow jerseys that have been worn so far this season out of the event. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, they had all the momentum coming out of Pipeline and Sunset, your first 2 events. But then you get here to Portugal, and now Betty Lou, who has been consistently getting better and better with each event, getting more aggressive. Now she's got a chance.
I just love her power. She's pretty sassy in the water, you know, and she's really fun to watch. She's aggressive, and I love that. She sees a big section, and she wants to tear it apart. She has an inspiring type of surfing.
Controlling some warble off the bottom was Betty Lou, and she made it count with a couple of big connections, Jesse. Fun-looking peak out in front of the open face. Coiling up and turning hard in the pocket now for the second time. 2 great turns for Betty Lou. World number.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro here at Ribeira de Lache and Ericeira, Portugal. And the news is there is no news. We are still on hold. In fact, we are on hold till 5 o'clock. It's 2:20 local time right now, so about a 2-hour 40 hold till we make the next call. And yeah, potential 5:35 start. Paul Evans.
Yeah, Hopkins back on terra firma. She would have loved to get that heat going. We were speculating what it would feel like for us surfers to have to deal with that hold. They've had to deal with it for a while now. They've got a little bit more concrete information. You can only kind of leave them dangling for so long. I guess the tide's coming up too. That's slightly problematic because it is a little bit smaller today. So yeah, we're going to come back at the end of the Arvo, which is, I think when that tide goes out, I think we're going to hopefully see some fun waves there. And when I say see some fun waves, we will need to be able to actually see those waves.
Well, we saw Yolanda and Ellie just then. They did paddle back out, so we were all ready to go. And then once again, the fog has rolled in and put play back on hold. Don't go anywhere. Here's a little highlights package from everything we saw this morning at the EDP Ericeira Pro. And we'll be back here at 5 o'clock local time to make the call. Potential 5:35 start. We'll see you soon.
motor, esta frequência e muda para... aqui ou tiras? O braço? Com a chuva? Às vezes, 6 p.m. call. And well, it is what it is. We can't go all day long, and doesn't look like it's cooperating, so yes, it's not coming our way. It's up. It's up with that. Thank you so much for your patience to all of you competitors and to our opponents as well. We've been on hold for a few hours now, waiting for the phone to cooperate. It's kind of a new analysis. So I'm looking at policy as well with web-wise at this stage. So it is a very important event. The Challenger Series, the second to last summer Challenger Series. And we're down to around 16 for the boys and for the ladies. So we're going to go on, and tomorrow's first early morning will be as usual. We are one about +7. Plus 7 first goal tomorrow morning for a possible 8:05 restart. Well, after the restart, I like that we're going to resume the ladies around 16, but that's to be announced officially at the first call tomorrow morning at +7. Thank you so much once again. Pretty much we all serve around here, so not to be Mother Nature, thank goodness. But no chance we can run what's left off that heat. Because that's the one that is conditions. So we're going to come back again tomorrow morning at +7 for a possible level 5 restarts on the 6th of October as well. Because it's Friday, so one thing for sure conditions to like on the forecast, they are looking like they move on every side, and it will be a spot conditions, it looks like for tomorrow it will be a little bit more sunny, and that might help us a lot with the spot conditions. And also weather-wise, there's a new smell away on the horizon, especially for the weekend, so it will be like the right conditions with great conditions on Sunday. Thank you so much. We'll be back to you tomorrow morning. Victoria, coach, você infelizmente, é o que as condições de trabalho para guardar e como podem constatar, no qual persiste, uma evolução que não está colaborada no que esperávamos. É uma prova muito importante, esta segunda final para o Challenger Series, já estamos na ronda 16, ou seja, o já final, uma competição masculina. Vamos então interromper a competição por hoje, parar a competição por hoje e durante uma próxima chamada amanhã vai ser
Good evening and welcome into the Estrella Galicia post show live from Ribeira in Ericeira. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro. And we are looking at wrapping up a day which really, to be fair, has been a little bit frustrating for fans, spectators, for the surfers alike. Fog has been a bit of an issue here today, guys. So it's just getting vision on the lineup. We haven't been able to see. That's a bummer.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial, that whole vision thing, in terms of the surfers being able to see the waves, the judges being able to score the waves, and it just never cleared. We thought it might. We hung on, and we've had to sort of put our day out of its misery. So yeah, frustrating. Little bits of highlights in there, which we'll go through in the post show, but it hasn't been a glamour day down here in Portugal, unfortunately, Pearly.
Well, our first storyline for the day is a bit of an upset, really, in terms of our defending champion. She had so much rhythm and mojo going with this wave. Did Alyssa Spencer, of course, it was part of her qualification. A key part of it was getting the win here last year. And anytime a surfer wins an event, you're thinking they have a good connection to bring it back for next year. But Binzi, she really struggled and was out of rhythm today.
Yeah, it just wasn't Alyssa Spencer's day. Laura Rupp was looking pretty punchy on her forehand. Maybe the forehand working a little bit in her favour, just allowing her, with the poor visibility to potentially spy oncoming sections a little better. And she didn't hold back. She knows to be the champion, you've really got to beat them. And unfortunately for Alyssa, that was how things went. Just couldn't quite connect the dots on any high-scoring waves. And she'll be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, she was 9th on the rankings on the Challenger Series, so needed a result. She only showed just the smallest of glimpses of her potential. And then this young Brazilian, just from that first moment, from that first closeout wrencher we just saw before, which was like a 7.5, never looked back. Really impressive performance from Laura, and I think that could be potentially for her career huge in terms of confidence and belief in her ability.
Yeah, so the Brazilians will be delighted with what Laura was able to do here today. Also good news for the strong Brazilian contingent came in the men's round of 32. And we were at a situation where we talk about clinching, and we had the numbers, we'd done the math, and we knew that basically Samuel Pupo, if he got through that heat, he would be on the CT next year. Guess what? That happened. Let's remind ourselves exactly what went down. He didn't win the heat, Samuel. He got through in second place. Rafael Teixeira ripped it, but Sammy Pupo back on the CT for 2025.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see this in not every heat, but most heats. There's going to be a lot on the line. Potential CT qualification. Samuel Pupo, the second surfer after Ngavea, now into the CT. And I tell you what, from the get-go, his brother was nervous watching, but Pupo showed no signs of nerves. He was calm, he was composed, and he still pushed it when it mattered. Got a really good 7.5 off the start, and pretty much from this wave on, he just never felt like he was going to let it go. And he's been so impressive all year. This guy was incredible. This backhand, I think, came in around an 8.17. So really big numbers from the other Brazilian. But in terms of the big story, the big narrative arc of today, I think that man, Samuel Pupo, getting back on 2025 on the CT, it was today's story.
Binzi, what's Samuel going to do next year on the CT? Is he going to be crying at Margaret's, or is he going to be happy?
No, I don't think so. He's coming to play. He turned up today with one job in mind, and he well and truly took care of it. Rafael Teixeira, for a big dude, he was flying down the line. Really surfed a supercharged heat, but the big story there, Sammy Pupo, just a short 6 months after he was bounced out at Margaret River, all smiles today, and we'll be seeing him when the championship tour kicks off in Hawaii to start the 2025 season.
Yeah, what a cool moment as well. I mean, that is ultimately why we're here. That's what the Challenger Series exists for, is getting that qualification done. Really cool to see Samuel Pupo doing that. Also today, someone else with, well, even plenty more really CT experience. Sally Fitz, evergreen Sally Fitz. Looks like she's enjoying her surfing more than ever. She hasn't quite got it done yet in terms of confirming, but she's still going there. She did have a tough heat though with Bronte.
Yeah, the two Australian veterans, they've been surfed against each other for probably 5 to 10 years. There she is, getting psyched up, getting ready, and she had a bit of a slow start to this heat. She was under the pump, Sally, for a little while, and then just showed this type of surfing. As you said, evergreen's probably the word. She hasn't slowed down. She keeps improving. She keeps working on her surfing, and she said in an interview that she just wants to improve her surfing. That's one of her main sort of goals, main focus. And here she was under the pump, and when it mattered, she just came out swinging. Yeah, she's one, perhaps 2 heats away from being back on that tour. And I think in some regards, a little reset, a little Challenger Series injection has, in some ways, given her more motivation. Not that she needed a whole lot anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that's working against Sally is her consistency this year. She's made the quarterfinals in every event, so I think she needs a semi-final just to slightly increase her total. That's how she's going with keeping 4 out of the 6 contests.
Yeah, so that was cool to see Sally keep alive here and keep surfing. But the biggest moment of the day, we touched on it already. Samuel Pupo, I mean, essentially that's what we came for. Penultimate event, so we're close to the end of the Challenger Series, and Samuel didn't need to go to the last event in Brazil. Got it done here in Portugal once again. It's been a place that's been really good for Samuel in the past, and he's absolutely delighted. I mean, you had a good talk with him. He's pretty good at sort of like speaking from the heart as well, but such a smart guy. I feel like in terms of he managed to blend the sort of emotional side of surfing with the kind of thinking part. Brilliant results.
Yeah, well, he won here in 2019, and he's excited to see, his best friend is João Chianca, who has made it to the final 5 before. So that's kind of the next generation of Brazilian surfing. You throw Iago Dora in the mix. Mateus Hurdy's knocking on the door as well. There's a real push from that sort of next generation.
We talk about the emotion. Let's remind ourselves exactly what went down. We'll have a look at it here. Samuel Pupo getting it done. Of course, he knew exactly the situation and the numbers that he needed.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy there, needed to score. Joanne Giroux. There's so many guys. It's really, every heat is make or break almost. Emrod, we lost Michael Rodriguez. So he, there's a lot of guys that talk about the Brazilian push, Binzi, and here's Mateus. What an incredible surfer. Yesterday was on fire, going to the air, so much pop, so much style. But this is a guy that, was in real strife today. And, that shows the talent. Maxime Husno, though, on fire.
Maxime is driven, but I think we touched on it yesterday a bit and sort of continue. Like, he dropped the 8s yesterday, but, I mean, Mateus felt like he had a lot more left in the tank. And even today, he got through, but really, he's just cruising going through the gears. I reckon maybe still sort of in second gear. Mateus has got loads more to give. It's great to see Maxime back ripping as well. It's been tough for him, actually. Good comeback energy from Max.
Yeah, Max said in his interviews that he's had a year where he's gone amazing heats, one heat, a really poor performance the next one. He said it's been up and down, and he's trying to string together just a couple, 3 or 4 consistent heats. If he does it here, he could be well on the way. Getting back onto the CT where he had his first CT year after probably 10 years of trying. And he said he just made a few mistakes, and that's how cutthroat it is. You make a couple of mistakes in a heat and already you're off the tour. So he's fighting back hard. He's been up and down, but at this wave in form, I'd put him right in the top 10 favourites for sure.
Yeah, we got that. We got that mist, that fog that's been troublesome. We've had a lot of calls and a lot of holds, and it's been like a lot of hurry up and wait sort of stuff for surfers. Binzi, how do you think contenders, people that are real close to getting that qualification, they've been crunching the numbers for a while now, right? The US Open was a little while ago. How do they just kind of keep that kind of energy just dialed back a bit and really just concentrate on performing when they do get to surf their heat?
Well, I think everyone's different. We saw Mateus yesterday in his interview saying, don't believe anyone. Everyone knows the scenarios, knows the maths, knows what's involved. I can't remember who I interviewed, but they've been glued on a Netflix series, and if, the downtime's kicking in again, then they're going straight back to the hotel and taking their mind off surfing. Other people like to go surfing. There's plenty of waves up and down the coast.
They're watching the previous Estrella Galicia post shows, just getting all psyched. Let's, speaking of getting psyched, Samuel Pupo, let's have a look at this and just remind ourselves of this really cool moment for him. So his career really, he's still young in years, but feels like he's done a lot, he's achieved a lot, and he's just too good for this tour, really. He's a CT surfer, in terms of figuratively, but literally he is. He's back on the 2025.
Yeah, and he broke on the scene here in 2019, and even if you to go back and look at that, he's physically bigger, he's more powerful, he's way more mature. He was always a mature kid for his age, and he's just now, I think now he's in a sweet spot in terms of his age, his experience, and what he's left him hanging like Binzi yesterday there, and what he's done.
He's
back on there. He belonged on the CT. I can't see him missing the cut this year, having gone through it last year. Learn from his mistakes, and look out, he's always got a smile on his style. Those two brothers are such a welcome addition to this tour. They bring so much just good vibes and good energy, and I'm just really stoked to have both the Pupos, fighting for that CT bunch. We've got one, and looking at that leaderboard there, Miguel's a good chance as well.
Yeah, we haven't sort of shaken up those rankings as much as we might have liked, just in terms of the number of heats we've been able to run today. But surfers who fell out the draw early, They don't really want to look at this, do they, Binzi?
No, not at all. And there's been, plenty of names. George Pitar amongst them. Ian Gouveia, I don't think he was that stressed because he's already qualified. And you look lower down the order, Marco Mignot, Jordan Law, Nolan Raposa's out, Hiroto's out, Jacob Wilcox.
Mate, that's a graveyard, that 11 to 20 there.
Graveyard of ambitions.
Yeah, graveyard of ambitions. It's a dead zone, man. There's so many of those guys have, they've bottled it. Let's call it that. They've turned up in Portugal and they just haven't delivered.
David Silva's still going. Don't sleep on him. He's defending champ.
He's in double figures. And Joel Vaughan too. I reckon Joel Vaughan, he's underrated, that guy. He's got lots of those Aussie kids. They're all so good, but he's a competitive animal. He's gone up 11 rankings and he's confident. So, yeah, I'd watch him. I'll keep a close eye on him too, Paul.
Let's have a look at these women's rankings. We saw Sally Fitzgibbons in action today. She did defeat Bronte McCauley, and she's been really good on the Challenger Series this year. So checking out these women's rankings and seeing where we are as of right now. Of course, the cutoff point in 5th. There's a bit of a gap there between Nadia Ericeira. Of course, she's still going as well in this event. Erin Brooks out. So those 5 spaces is going to be so tight. Yolanda moving up into the top 10, but she's going to need to win this event to have even a chance of qualifying.
Yeah, which she'll back herself to do. She's seeing Bronte and Alyssa Spencer just above her, so she'll be eyeing off their places at the very least. She went out in the surf heat. You guys had the longest competitive heat in history. I think they paddle out at 9 o'clock. They've done 10 minutes and we're still looking at tonight. So, and then you look at the next round, 11 to 20 as well. A lot of those surfers, but the big number there is Laura Rupp, Binzi. You look at that, 13 places. That's how far you can jump up if you've been low down and you get a massive result here in Portugal.
Sure can. And she's still going as well after knocking out Alyssa Spencer today. So plenty of room still for her to improve here.
Well, it's been a bit of a tough one today with the fog. The surf's been there, we think. We can't really tell. The forecast is looking pretty good about tomorrow. So, we'll just fingers crossed that we can actually see it.
You and I went for a surf and we could barely see if there were waves.
Yeah, I was going so quick. I think that was part of the problem. But, look, we just want the fog to go. We just can the fog just go? I've had enough of the fog, Paul. I'm sick of it. I've had enough of it. There's great waves. There's great crowds. There's great people. There's great surfers. And there's this mist just stopping us from enjoying ourselves. So tomorrow, the sun's coming, the fog's going, and we are on. I'm telling you now, I'm really confident.
I think you need an outlet for some of those emotions, Matt. Maybe have you tried journaling?
Yeah, I have journaled. And you know what I write? I don't like fog. I don't like fog. I've had it with the fog, but I can regroup. I'm all right now, Paul.
All right,
I feel better now. Thanks, guys.
We've got a 7:30 call for an 8 o'clock start. We'll be checking things like swell, tide, wind, and whether we can actually see. We're pretty confident that we will be able to see something tomorrow. What I can see now is an ice-cold Estrella Galicia 0. Cheers, guys. It's been fun anyway. We didn't run many heats. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll send you out with some highlights. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.